Good afternoon, councillors. Just to say before the meeting that I am chairing it because Councillor Bell has taken poorly with his usual mobility problem, but he's taken a turn for the worst, so he's decided not to come, and I'm in the frame. I'd ask you to turn your mobile phones to silent running at least, or off, and I'll hand over to Paul Galt, please.
Thank you, Chair. Pinched one of my lines, but that's fine. I'll do the fire exits. In the event of the fire alarms going off, please make your way to the nearest fire exit. I would recommend you go through these doors here towards the lift. Please do not use the lift, but use the staircase next to the lift down to the ground floor, exiting the building, and the assembly point is over by the swimming pool. If this exit is blocked for some reason, there is an exit at the back, through the doors, again to the staircase, and down to the ground floor level, and exit the building from there. The other point I would make, which I've discussed with the chair, when we get to the councillor questions, you will note that there have been quite a considerable number of councillor questions, and copies of the responses are with you now and were emailed out about lunchtime, or just after lunchtime. It would save time if questioners did not read out their questions, if that's convenient. They can do if they wish, but you should note there is a 30-minute clock on that agenda item. So once we get to 30 minutes, that agenda item closes. So it would be helpful if questioners did not read out their questions. It would also be helpful if those members of the executive who may be responding indicate at the time that they will not read out the responses, because those have been circulated for members as well. And that gives us the opportunity for the questioners to obviously ask a supplementary question, which may be important. So it's in the interest of ensuring that we get through all of the questions in a timely manner. That is the suggestion. But obviously it is up to councillors if they decide they wish to read their question out. Copies of the questions and responses have been made available in the public gallery, should we have any public. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So good afternoon. I would now like to formally open the meeting. We had question time in Kettering 2 weeks ago, and it looks like we have it again here at the Cube. Are there any apologies for absence, please? Councillor Brackenbury.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Conservative Group, I'd like to make apologies for Councillor Paul Bell, and I'm sure we're all sorry that his mobility issues have meant that he can't take the chair today. Councillor Sedwin Brown, Councillor John Currill, Councillor Jonathan Eakins, Councillor Kirk Harrison, Councillor Steve North, Councillor Arup Pandy, Councillor Russell Roberts, Councillor Jeff Shacklock, and Councillor David Sims. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brackenbury. Councillor Matt Keane, please.
Thank you. On behalf of the Labour Group, I'd like to send apologies for Councillor Alison DL and Councillor Valerie Anslow. Councillor Simon Riley and Councillor Zoe Riley will hope to join us shortly. Zoe McGee. Hope to join us shortly, but due to work commitments, we'll be running late.
Thank you, Councillor Keane. Councillor Emily Fedorovich, please.
Thank you very much. For the Green Alliance Group, I'd like to send apologies for Councillor Desdale. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Paul Gold, are there any other apologies, please?
None I have, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any... Oh, I've asked that, have I? Sorry, Councillor Jenny. I'd like to add Councillor Keane after the list, please. Thank you. The next item is the minutes of the meeting held on the 24th of February 2022. Are there any issues in relation to the accuracy of the minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When Councillor Laura Lorman made her declaration, she also added or included me in that, and should be recorded in paragraph 85.
Sorry, this is a learning curve. Any abstentions? I'll get it right in a minute. That's carried, councillors. Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest that councillors wish to make related to the items to be discussed? Councillor Lorman, Graham.
Thank you. Just to acknowledge that on the extra item, the environment, I am a governor of Croydon Primary School, which has a separate governance from Croydon Nursery School, so I'm not excluded, but just to clarify matters for people.
Thank you, councillor. Anybody else, please? Yes, councillor, please.
Chair, I'm a governor of Pengreen.
We got that? Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you. Councillors, please note that I've accepted an urgency motion following the executive meeting earlier this week. This relates to a environment issue. A copy of the motion has been circulated. This will be taken later in the meeting. I would also like to remind all councillors that if raising a point of order, they refer to the procedural point they wish to raise. Points of order are not for further contributions to debate, but to raise matters of procedural or constitutional concern. Thank you. I'm sure we all agree with that, but I see it happen so many times in the few months that I've sat to my left, and it wastes a lot of time. Leaders' announcements. Please may I see the Leader of the Council, Councillor Smithers, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to take a moment to make a special mention of the significance of tomorrow. You will, I am sure, know that only too well tomorrow is the first anniversary of this council, and what a year it has been. The council has achieved such a great deal in a short space of time. We have tackled some somewhat difficult issues and faced a fair share of challenges too, but we have done so with our heads held high. Building a new council is, I'm sure, never easy, but doing that during a pandemic and with our unique financial heritage was never going to be a walk in the park. Setting a balanced budget for a second year in a row has not been easy either, but that's what this council has done. I also recently announced that council had been shortlisted for this year's forthcoming prestigious Local Government Chronicle Award, along with our partners for joint work on electric vehicle charging. Being shortlisted against a sea of examples of best practice across the country should not be underestimated. Such achievement reflects the hard work and dedication of all of our staff, and I would like to say a heartfelt thank you for their service and their dedication. Despite the council's achievement, we all know there's plenty of work still to do. However, as we represent our local communities as councillors and our staff provide services with dedication and commitment, I think we can be proud of what we have collectively achieved. We will work together as a council to achieve our ambitions for the area. Tomorrow, Chair, the council will be 1 year old, but in terms of our ambition for Northamptonshire, together we are one.
Thank you, Councillor Smithers. Agenda item number 6, public participation. There is one public question. Please may I see Mr. Render to ask his question.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, first of all, congratulations on almost reaching 1 year. I apologise that I'm not a resident of the council's area. I'm actually a resident of Northampton who was caught 3 times in 5 days with that blessed busgate trap. I can't think of any other word. I've had 2 short conversations with Councillor Lorman on the phone. And obviously, still in COVID times, it's been very difficult trying to get hold of people.
Sorry, Mr. Render, can you ask your question, please, rather than make a statement? Thank
The questions are: I've circulated every councillor with the leaflet. There are questions inbuilt in that. The one outstanding question I would ask Councillor Lorman is why has the council not intervened in the history of the totals of fines? Because that's bewildering to me. Currently, it stands at £649,447.90. Why has it got to that stage? I mean, an average sixth former would look at those figures.
Chair. Sorry, Mr. Render, I have to come in again. You need to stick to the question, please, as submitted, which has been circulated. So you don't need to read your question out, but Councillor Lorman can obviously respond, and you will get the chance of a supplementary question, as I discussed.
Thank you for that. Yeah. Perhaps Councillor Lorman can explain to me why time after time residents, visitors, one-people businesses are telling me in the last 3 months that they think the bus gate has affected
Mr. Render,
their
will
business.
you pause for a moment, please?
Certainly.
Will you pause for a moment?
Yes.
You must ask the question that you have submitted. Thank you.
Yeah. Why has the bus gate netted so much money in the last 12 months? Why hasn't anything been done? Why is it that 22,250 fines have been issued? Can someone explain from the council if they agree that the signage is confusing and misleading? And why Wellingborough business people and visitors and shoppers are saying that customers are being put off because of the bus gate? That's basically it. It says it in the leaflet. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. You brought that back into line there. Those were what you actually submitted. You didn't quite finish it off, but that's fine. Councillor Lorman, would you wish to reply to that, please?
Thank you. I won't bother reading the whole thing out. Everybody has a copy of the response, and I think it covers all of Mr. Render's points.
Thank you, Councillor Lorman. Mr. Render, having heard that, is there any supplementary question you wish to raise?
I would only ask that if it's such a marvellous scheme, and if it's adhering to all the principles that Councillor Lorman adhered to, and it was his baby, he set it up while he was in charge, why it's still producing these terrifying figures. And they are terrifying. It's not fair. The whole scheme is not fit for purpose, I would say.
Thank you, Mr. Render. Councillor Lorman, will you come back on that, please?
Well, first of all, I'll clarify, I didn't set the scheme up. It was set up by the Northamptonshire County Council in their last years, and the portfolio holder is in this room, but it wasn't me. However, I have to say, as a Wellingborough resident, I fully agree with him. I was fully in support of it. The fact that the figures are high is the fault of drivers, not of the council. The reasons for it being there are fully explained in this in the response. They are the same reasons now, and so we fully support them and have no intention of taking it away. My hope is that nobody drives through it, and thus no fines are sent out, and that will be the ultimate aim for it all.
Thank you, Councillor Lorman. Mr. Render, I hope that concludes the matter with you. Thank you.
It does, Chair. Can I just very, very quickly say that... I haven't.
Thank you, Mr. Render. Perishing thing. I'll get one of these megaphones. Please may I see Councillor Martin Griffiths to ask his question.
Thank you, Chairman, and I won't ask the questions again. They're all written down, and the responses I'm happy with. I also had confirmation today that from the Chief Executive that PAS, Planning Advisory Service, are agreeing terms of reference for this long overdue review of planning. I have no supplementary questions. Happy with questions 1, 2 and 3 and the responses given by the relevant portfolio holders. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So we can move on. Yeah, I've lost it. 4. We are getting through. Please may I see Councillor Maxwell to ask her question, please.
My question actually is fully written down. I haven't anything further to say. I'd like to see what the portfolio has to say, and then I'll then re-ask a question after that.
Councillor Brackenbury, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to thank Councillor Maxwell for her question. I'm not going to read out the response which has been circulated both to Councillor Maxwell and to all of you in both the electric vehicle charging point infrastructure and the thing which I believe for many of us politicians has always been a vexed issue, which is the minimum height for letterboxes. So I am very much in support of Councillor Maxwell's second question, but as I say, I'm not going to read out the answer to the question, but I obviously will welcome a supplementary if there is one coming.
Thank you, Councillor Brackenbury. Councillor Maxwell, do you have a supplementary question, please?
I would just like to ask when it's likely that the electrical points will be installed.
Well, thank you, Councillor Maxwell. And as you will see in the answer, it is anticipated that regulations will include transitional provisions which provide that building work for which a building notice or an initial notice has been given, or indeed that full plans have been deposited with the local planning authority. They will be exempt, but otherwise from June the 15th, the building regulations will be amended. This is June the 15th, 2022. The building regulations will be amended to require every new home to have EV charging point infrastructure. And as I say, I think there's more detail in the answer which we have not actually read out, but it's available to you. Hope that satisfies you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Brackenbury. Question 5, please. Please may I see Councillor Lynn Buckingham to ask her question, please.
Good afternoon and thank you. I'm quite happy with the question as is and await the response.
Councillor Harrison, please.
Thank you, and I would like to refer the Council to the written answer.
Councillor Buckingham, do you have a supplementary question, please? Supplementary.
Yes, please. It says here about the Department of Levelling Up Housing and Communities, so only properties that have been registered with them will be inspected. But there is a growing movement of people who want to give rooms. Will they be included, or will they have to register through the Department of Levelling Up Housing and Communities?
Thank you, Councillor Buckingham. My understanding is that all residents who want to offer up their homes to Ukrainian refugees through the Homes for Ukraine scheme have to register on the government website, and then they will be contacted via the council, and they will be matched with Ukrainians through that process. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. Question 6, please. Please may I see Councillor Fedorovich to ask her question, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, sure. I mean, I think the question's self-explanatory. I think the only thing I was going to say, would it be best to ask my supplementary in terms of net zero?
Councillor Pentland, please. Councillor Brackenbury, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the question, Councillor Fedorovich, and I hope that the answer which has been circulated is satisfactory, and certainly I welcome the Green Recovery and Innovation Programme initiative and other funding streams may become available. But of course, Councillor, I very much welcome your supplementary as well.
Thank you. Yes, please. Yes, no, the answer was brilliant. Thank you very much. I think my main query is also around obviously the GRIP programme is fantastic, the grants also, but how are we actively promoting this to businesses, and sort of what communications work is being done, if that's known, and if not, it'd be good to know after the fact, please.
And in fact, Councillor, I think that's an excellent question. And it puts, I think it cuts across a number of council services. Is how do we actually promote them to the people who may benefit from them? Certainly in terms of growth and regeneration, I welcome that inquiry. I'm happy to work with colleagues, with yourself as well, Councillor, to make sure that we publicise the grants that are available as widely as possible. Naturally, the website on Northampton Council sometimes can signpost delivery of services, and of course all the various interactions that I have and colleagues on the executive and elsewhere have with businesses can also be a useful point of reference. As I'm reminded by Councillor Pentland sitting next to me, who's of course younger and perhaps more tech literate than I am. Of course, social media is a vital platform which is of increasing use throughout all the council's interactions, both on a personal and on a business case basis. So thank you again for the question, and I look forward to working with you to make sure it gets to the widest audience possible.
Thank you, Councillor. Question 7, please. May I see Councillor Fedorovich again, please, to ask this question?
Thank you very much. Yeah, so this was just about the warden time and how much time is spent enforcing fly tipping. The answer is good, but I'd like to ask a supplementary, if that's all right.
Councillor Norman, please.
The answer is comprehensive, but I'm happy to receive a supplementary.
Councillor Fedorovich, any supplementary question, please?
Lovely, thank you. So obviously I was sort of asking this, my sort of supplementary is about the fact that we don't actually understand how much time our enforcement officers are spending on each specific thing. And I understand that we are spending, or they have quotas that they have to spend doing certain types of enforcement, specifically parking and kettering. And this is having knock-on effects. So this is my concern, and I wanted to raise this as a query, if it's something that we can start digging into and making sure that we actually have some enforcement time dedicated to fly tipping and tackling this in the area, as we know that this is a very key issue. Thank you.
Councillor Graham-Lorman, please.
Yeah, thank you. As the answer suggests, the teams are being integrated. In fact, just tomorrow, the Wellingborough North team becomes part of Northamptonshire and part of our structure. So there is a process of integrating. And of course, in East Northampton, we have FCC running a lot of things. So, and in Kettering, we have wardens, which are not the case elsewhere. So the service is being integrated. Of course, if there is no fly tipping, there's no enforcement required. So it's difficult to allocate specific time. But I can assure you that the senior staff are looking at that and making sure that sufficient time is allocated. And perhaps if Councillor Fedorovich wants more detail, we can provide that separately.
Thank you, Councillor Lorman. Question 9. Please may I see Councillor Tubbs to ask her question, please?
wishful thinking.
My apologies, I turned 2 pages at once. Question 8. Please may I see Councillor Fedorovich to ask her question, please.
Hello, thank you, Chair, again. Sorry about that. Yes, thank you very much. So this was regarding the trees that have been cut down in the last year and how many of these are of a particular, well, actually marked as standards, and if established trees are rated in terms of their carbon sequestering abilities. Yes, I mean, thank you for your question. I think it somewhat covers things, but I actually think I'll need a bit more time to come back to you with a bit more of an answer. Who might I come back to just to follow up on this with a bit more detail?
Councillor Pentland, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Fedorovich, if you'd like to come to me with any further questions, I'd be happy to answer them outside of this meeting once you've been able to go through the detail.
Councillor Fedorovich, any supplementary question, please?
Lovely. No, thank you very much. I'll follow up with Councillor Pendlant. Thank you.
And now, question 9. Please may I see Councillor Tubbs to ask her question, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy with the question and happy to receive an answer. Thank you.
Councillor Pentland, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Tubbs, for your question. I don't propose to read out the answer, but hope that the one written down is satisfactory.
Any supplementary question, please, Councillor Tubbs?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Pentland. I just wanted to clarify with your response. Does that mean the answer is no, or that there is potential to look into identifying climate leaders in the community? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tubbs. Yes, we'll be looking at all the different ways that we can engage with our communities as we move forward, and that's a key part of the climate change route map, which will be discussed in detail, I'm sure, through the EAP as we progress over the coming months.
Thank you, Councillor. On to question 10. Please may I see Councillor Lee to ask her question, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll go straight to the supplementary, if I may. Can the Council please issue a press release to let us know when that report is actually on the website? Because after 20 months of chasing up, the residents will be very happy to read that flood report. Thank you.
Councillor Graham Lorman, please. Oh. Councillor Braghambury, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor, for your question. And again, it's a question of communication, so you're absolutely right. As you will remember, there has been a number of flooding incidents over the last couple of years throughout Northamptonshire, and we know we still have reports sometimes have been somewhat delayed getting to us. So it is important to communicate to residents that the reports are available when they become available for the various flooding incidents, of which the Waverley Road Kettering incident is one. I will certainly liaise with yourself, Councillor, and with colleagues as to what media communications we're going to be putting out. So very possibly a press release, but I'll get back to you on that. Thank you.
A very big thank you.
Councillor Lee, any supplementary question, please?
That was my question. Thank you. Very big thank you.
Please may I see Councillor Addison to ask her question, please?
Thank you, Chair. The question is as written, and I note the response. I would like to add, Chair, that this is dealt with in a timely fashion and doesn't drift on for another 20 years. Thank you.
Councillor Smithers, please.
Hit the wrong button. Nothing new there. Okay, so yeah, thank you very much for that, Councillor Addison. The answer is pretty comprehensive on there. I too would like this to be dealt with as quickly as possible, but we can't make this happen, and we can't shortcut it anyway. There's in the response you will see there's a set timescale of when Audit and Governance Committee will be meeting. And whatever comes out of that meeting will be, the way we shape this going forward. We will not be letting this run over any long period of time.
Councillor Addison, any supplementary question, please?
No, thank you, Chair.
Please may I see Councillor Lynn Buckingham to ask her question, please?
Thank you very much. And again, question as posed. Note the response, but I do have a supplementary.
Thank you. I'd be pleased to answer your supplementary if I can.
Okay. The programme has been run under the extreme time pressures. Organisations have raised complaints of being left with only 2 weeks to organise delivery and reach families. Can the Council commit to supporting public health in delivering the programme in a more organised and timely fashion, please?
Thank you, Councillor Buckingham. As you'll see from the answer, the management of the contract is going to pass from public health to children's services as of the new financial year, and that is to enable Northamptonshire Sport or whoever ultimately runs that programme when that contract is over to link up with other services for children, including schools and social care services delivered by the Trust. I think that will go a very long way to making sure that this is well organised and coordinated with other services. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question 13, Councillor Dell is not here. Can we take it as read, please? And that will apply to question 14 as well, and question 15 as well. We're doing well here. Question 16, please may I see Councillor Hakewell to ask his question.
I asked the question as written and note the answer as written, and I have a follow-up question.
So thank you, Councillor Hakewell, as returning officer. Obviously, it's my response which is written down, so I haven't got anything more to add, and I'll try and answer your supplementary question.
Question 17.
No, sorry. Question 16, a bit surprised, I would have thought it was a finance portfolio holder, but if it is the Chief Executive, my supplementary question is, so this is double taxation?
Councillor Hakewell, it is not double taxation because the costs for the town and parish election are passed on for the town and parish to pick up those costs, which is what most councils and elections across the country will do. So it's not double taxation.
Interesting.
Question.
As read, response as read, and I have a supplementary. Just go for it, if you want.
Councillor Hakewell, please ask your supplementary question.
How, as members of this council, do we contact the social inclusion team to make referrals should we, in our normal ward work, feel that there are people who would benefit from being referred and having advice?
Councillor Bundy, please.
Thank you, Chair. There are a number of ways of contacting the social inclusion team. There is the customer service department. There was a number of contacts that was actually circulated after the last members' workshop on transformation, and I would refer Councillor Hakewell to that list.
Thank you, Councillor Bundy. Question 18, please. Please may I see Councillor Hakewell to ask his question.
Thank you, Chairman, for your courtesy. I take the question, obviously, as read. I wrote it. I understand the response equally, and I have a follow-up question for that. I'll go straight to it if you wish.
Yes, please.
Given that EAPs are not governed by the rules of scrutiny because they are chaired by members of the executive, therefore don't comply with the 2000 Act, would you, I'll put in brackets whoever's answering, agree that scrutiny has not taken place?
Councillor Lorman, please.
Garden waste falls within my remit. and I would suggest that EAP is an excellent method of scrutiny for proposals. Indeed, they could not have gone to scrutiny because there were no proposals at that time as to what to do, and we are, as Councillor Hakewell is fully aware, we are consulting on them. They will go before the EAP when they are made, and when they're in place, no doubt scrutiny can look at their success or otherwise. So I would say that EAPs are an excellent way. They are cross-party members, and of course other members can always attend.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Lorman. Councillors, we now move on to agenda item 8, executive presentations. There are no executive presentations on this occasion. Agenda item 9, councillors, housing tenancy policy. Please may I see Councillor Andy Mercer to present this report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Council has a statutory responsibility to produce, consult and then adopt a tenancy policy. The policy that's shown in this report has gone through all those stages except the last one to be adopted. It has been thoroughly reviewed. I personally have made about 4 different passes through it, correcting various things and enhancing it. It is now a very clear document, and it covers, as far as we're aware, all of the eventualities that are likely to arise, and will give this council a firm basis for running its housing revenue account. I've got no more to say other than say I propose that we accept it.
Thank you, Councillor Mercer. Would any councillor wish to second this item? Councillor Jenny, please. David.
Lights going out all over the place. I'd just like to draw attention to paragraph 2.2, which says to have a tenancy policy. Currently, we're running 2 tenancy policies, one for Kettering and one for Corby. We have till the end of this financial year, just starting, to be able to bring the 2 together. And this report goes a long, long way towards enabling our officers to do just that. So with that in mind, I would commend this report. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Councillor Jenny. We'll now turn to debate. Would anybody wish to speak on this item, please? Councillor Hakewell, please.
Thank you, Chairman. 4.4, it describes additional support to help sustain the tenancy. Can I ask what additional support is offered by the council to sustain where someone clearly has found themselves in difficult circumstances? In 4.5, the second exception, how many properties out of our council stock fit into this exception process? And thirdly, when we look at those adapted properties, presumably some of the adaptions wear out and therefore are not really particularly an adapted property, or at least the cost of replacing it. How does that work? And the last point there is, if someone has lived in an adopted property, found themselves needing that sort of support, but is then determined not to need that support, how do we actually make sure that we don't move them out of their social network, the network of their neighbours and so on, simply because we wish to recover adaptions within? So those are my questions, Chairman.
Councillor Buckingham, please.
Thank you. And I followed this policy all the way through, and we're just about there. Would like clarity on 4.5, the exception properties. What constitutes there are so many adaptations, it's just knowing how substantial those are for it to fall under that 5-year fixed term tenancy. The second point is about consultation. Consultation's just gone through about 15 tenants of Northamptonshire, and I think that it needs to be greater than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Martin Griffiths, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and I welcome the support this report. Sorry, I support. With housing, there are always some people, especially in the current circumstances that we find ourselves in, that we cannot help. I wonder if I can have assurances from Councillor Mercer that our officers will always signpost people where we cannot help them with housing to appropriate other groups and services. Chairman, thank you.
Yeah, I got you, Councillor Pengelly. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. You did a brilliant job. In Corby, we've got 4,615 properties. That's around 10,000 tenants. That's 1 in 5 of the people that live in the town. The figures aren't there, but how many people did we consult? I remember the Labour group offering the housing department, what the housing department we've got. We said we'd come in and help set up tenants forums and whatever. Nobody's come back to us. I think you've consulted around 4 people or 5 people in Corby on this change, and that's just not good enough. We have to get better at consulting as a council, and I think we all recognise that, and hopefully that's something we can move forward on. The offers there again, we as a Labour group will help set up consultation processes for you. We'll get tenants around, but it's not for us to do it, but we'll do it in partnership with Northampton Council and the lead member, the cabinet member. Thank you.
Anybody else, councillors, would like to speak to this? Councillor Mercer, would you like to reply, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Right, we'll start off with where is there additional support, which was asked by one of the speakers. Well, I'll refer you to section 6.9 in the policy, page 44, the 8th page of the report, which is entitled Supporting Tenants in Their Tenancies. Right, next, 4.5. The number of adapted properties we've got, I'm not sure at the moment off the top of my head what that number is. I can get back to the member if he so wishes with the actual number of adapted properties. Where someone no longer needs an adapted property, our officers will of course attempt to relocate them if necessary into some alternative property that maintains their social networks. It is not in the interests of the council to deprive people of their social networks because they help to support them and thereby reduce our own workload. Right, next. How do we organise this? Well, the keyway system is set up to do that, and the council officers will always try to find the most appropriate place for someone. Now, if someone, now we had 2 questions about consultation. We consulted very widely over a long period of time. This policy has to be reviewed, every 2 years. And that means in only 2 years from now, we will be going through this process again. We will start the process, not 2 years from now. We'll start it probably in about a year's time and reconsult again. We will publicise widely. If people are interested, they will make submissions. If they're not interested, if they're content with what they see, they generally don't bother to say anything. Right, next, officers signposting things. If someone is unable to maintain a tenancy, that does not relieve us of our statutory duty to house them if they are homeless. We will always do that. And if necessary or appropriate, we will direct them to other bodies who will help them with their life difficulties. But our statutory duty to house the homeless is absolute. I have no further comments. I propose that we accept this report, and the policy as an appendix of it.
Thank you, Councillor Mercer. Thank you. We'll now move to a vote. All those in favour, please show. Councillor, Pengelly
Yeah,
already
yeah.
contributed, so...
It's a point of clarification. I asked how many people had come back on any consultation. It's just myself and Councillor Cahoon met with several residents in sheltered schemes and other places over the last few weeks, and none of them know about this. So what I'm saying is, let's try and get a little bit better on the consultation. I hope you admit that the consultation hasn't been brilliant, because people are telling us they don't know about it. We want to work with you. It's not a criticism. It's about let's getting things done better. We're a new council. We're a year old, as the leader said, but there are some things we're falling back on. So that's all I'm asking for, and I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Marks, did you put your hand up? That's very true. Hang on. Councillor Mercer, if you'd like to come back.
Pardon?
I thought you wanted to say
Good.
something.
I'm happy to accept what Councillor Pengelly said. Next time round, we will always do better. Every time we do things, we aim to do them better next time.
Right, can we move to the vote, please? All those in favour, show. Thank you, Councillor Marks. I got that one. All those against, please. Abstentions? 2. Then that's carried, councillors. Thank you. Please may I see Councillor Jason Smithers to present this report. This is agenda item 10, councillors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the pay policy statement is a legislative requirement that the council has to publish an annual pay policy statement by the 31st of March of each year. The pay policy statement sets out pay for the directly employed workforce. This does exclude schools for the year 1st of April 2022 to 31st of March 2023. The core requirements of the statement are that it must set out the council's policies relating to senior salaries, remuneration and pay multiples. There have been no significant changes from last year. The council currently has interim terms and conditions which were agreed prior to 1st of April 2021. The second phase of this is underway and negotiations on pay, terms and conditions are ongoing with the recognised trade unions. A full package of pay, terms and conditions will be considered by full council in the coming months, following which it will be necessary for an updated pay policy statement to be agreed. Members will note that on page 67 of the report pack, the non-statutory chief officer salary ranges will be included in the tables prior to the publication and all data updated in line with the 2021-22 pay award. Thank you.
You need to move the report.
I'm happy to move that report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Would any councillor wish to second this item? Councillor Lorman, thank you.
Happy to second it, thank you.
Would any councillor like to speak to this item, please? No? No item? No, nobody would like to speak? Then we'll move to the vote. All those in favour, please. All those against? Abstentions? Right, that's carried, councillors. A full house there. We now move to agenda item 11, councillors, the local development scheme. Please may I see Councillor David Brackenbury to present this report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And again, this is a statutory report which needs to be the council needs to have on the books, and it is for local development scheme, and that is the timetabling and content of the council's planning policies going forward. They include the various documentation in the planning policy suite, which includes the emerging Northamptonshire strategic plan, the Gypsy and Traveller site allocations policy, and the various Part 2 documents, which are the more site-specific plans for the former local planning authority areas of Kettering, Corby, Wellingborough and East Northamptonshire. 3 of those, all except East Northamptonshire, have currently been adopted, and the East Northamptonshire local plan, I'm pleased to say, is going for public examination next month. When that has been adopted, assuming that the planning inspectorate consider that plan to be sound, that will complete the suite of documentation for the local development plan. Additionally, the local development scheme includes the Northamptonshire Minerals and Waste local plan. You will note, ladies and gentlemen, that there is a number of timetables about the various documents as they're brought forward and as they are worked upon. The most important strategic document at the moment is the work going on the Northamptonshire strategic plan, which will replace the current Northamptonshire Joint Core Strategy. And I commend at item 4, the report background, there is some timetabling work on that with a projected adoption date of September 25, and that will give us a policy vision going forward to 2050. The report has been through the Executive Advisory Panel, and I'd like to thank the members for their very constructive and helpful comments in that, and that was also considered and approved by Executive. And it's my pleasure to move the adoption to full council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brackenbury. Would any councillor wish to second this item? Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2008, under the sovereign councils, or the previous sovereign councils, they were all ahead of the game, or ahead of the curve, in producing the first joint core strategy in the country. The latest iteration was adopted in 2016. We're now entering a further first situation as a new unitary in producing the Northamptonshire strategic plan. I'm delighted to second the motion and commend the recommendations to all members. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Mike Tebbett. Now, would anybody wish to speak to this matter, please? Councillor Hakewell, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This authority is talking about 2024 before it gives any sort of reassurance to the traveller community as to where they may settle and set up their places to live. It also gives no reassurance to all those communities who over the past number of years have experienced the arrival, due to the complete failure of the previous legacy councils, and now looking at this for another 3 years, to actually grasp the nettle and deliver a traveller policy where it clearly states where different communities can actually live. We've spent lots of time on warehouses and houses itself. I think this report, to say that another 3 years leaves every community across Northamptonshire at the risk of random and not unreasonable settlements by travellers in areas that we then have to engage in planning appeals if that is the way that it goes forward. I think it's an utter indictment on the legacy councils and this council to be now coming up with another 3 years before surety is given to residents on both sides, settled and traveller, as to where they may live comfortably in peace with each other. I'd just like to ask, can we not move this timescale forwards, and can there be an apology for the time it's taken to do this and the 10 years we've wasted.
Councillor, any other speakers, please? Councillor Maxwell, please.
I would like to add to this because clearly traveller sites are still languishing on the sidelines, and I think that we need to make sure we have a planning application in situ at the moment in Woodford. If we do not have clarification on what's going to happen, it will lead us wide open in relation to it going to the Secretary of State. Therefore, I feel that this policy relating to travellers does not really define what exactly we're up against.
Councillor Howes, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clarify a few points. This is the new GTAA policy document, and although members will note that it's going to take some time, we have inherited the previous sovereign authority, GTAA, which was done as the four sovereign authorities. So we already have a policy. Significant work is being done at the moment in regards to our land supply. I can't give any information right now, but there is a large amount of work going on in regards to developing our current land supply. There is also, some members may not be aware, but there is a Gypsy and Traveller Forum which is set up specifically for those parishes, Mr. Chairman, that have an issue in their particular area. Although the timescale here set out before you is not as quick as we all would like, there will be significant work done to push this timescale as much as we can. But I just wanted to give assurances to members. We already have a policy that we've already inherited. This is our new one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Howes. Councillor Smithers, do you wish to speak, please?
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to make a couple of comments. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate the portfolio holder and the officers for bringing forward this report. It's a great deal of work gone into it, a great deal of detail, and they should be congratulated for this. I am somewhat disappointed that Councillor Hakewell considers this a negative, and he always seems to see the negative in most of these reports. I will remind him that he was a leader of one of these sovereign authorities once before, God help us all, and however he also took a healthy part in the debate through this process at that Legacy Council. So I would like just to remind people just to think about that.
Thank you, Councillor Smithers. Councillor Christian Smith-Haynes, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is also about the Gypsy and Traveller sites, but other developments as well. This document is fantastic, but unless we've got sufficient officers to enforce the building regulations, then what's the point of it? Please can the executive member give me some advice about what we're doing to recruit adequate numbers of officers to conduct enforcement. Thank you.
Councillor Martin Griffiths, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to also congratulate the members that have worked on this. And of course, in Northamptonshire, we have always been to the forefront of this particular aspect of council work with the joint planning arrangements that we've had for many a long year. When I looked at this report, I knew that Gypsy Travellers sites would come up because it's something that is contentious. And as Chris Smith-Haynes has said, it's about enforcement, and I'm hoping that this will be picked up as part of the PASS review that is being done on our planning and enforcement. We've got, close to where I live, we've got a site that is causing concern. It's right next to the beautiful new Glenvale Park development. There's illegal bonfires being lit. It is getting bigger and more of a concern for local residents, and I hope that it is acted on by our enforcement team. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Councillor Hakewell, I see that you raised your hand. Is this a point of order or a point of clarification because you've already spoken? Thank you.
Point of clarification about the comments of Councillor Smithers as to whether the monitoring officer feels it's appropriate.
Councillor, I'm told that is not a point of clarification. Sorry, anybody else wish to speak? It would appear no. I'll come back to David. Sorry, Councillor David Backenbury to round up, please. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for the contributions in this debate. Obviously, the matter of the timescales was touched on by Councillor Howes just now, but you cannot rush this. All these documents, every single one, has to go through several stages of stakeholder and community involvement, consultations, submissions, and finally examinations. So there is necessarily a considerable timescale that must evolve, and while officers will do everything they can to expedite the process, there are legal times that do have to come into effect. So it is also, I think, of some reassurance perhaps to colleagues to note that we do in fact have a gypsy and traveller site allocation policy currently extant from the former sovereign authorities. The last point I'd like to make, Mr. Chairman, and I'm also grateful to Councillor Smith-Haynes and Councillor Griffith for their contributions. You're quite right. Having all the policy in the world is no good if you cannot enforce it. And I hope it is some reassurance that as part of the planning service review that we are undertaking, we are going to be taking action in the next few couple of months to address the shortfall that we do have in enforcement. And I'd like to also thank those who currently do work in enforcement for the hard work that they do. They are rather understaffed at the moment, and obviously they do need to keep on the ball. So we are going to be recruiting assistants to help them. There is a wider planning review underway as well, which will also address vacancies and shortfalls in development management and in planning policy, because the planning policy team is going to be rather busy with things like the emerging strategic plan. So in balance, Chairman, I've very much taken on board the comments which have been made today and propose the local development scheme as in the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brackenbury. We will now move to a vote. All those in favour, please. Against, please. Abstentions. That's carried unanimously, councillors. Thank you. Please may I see, this is agenda item 12, tackling climate change across Northamptonshire. Please may I see Councillor Harriet Pentland to present this report, please.
Thank you, Chair. This report is to provide the Council with an update following the first report in July regarding tackling climate change across Northamptonshire and the recommendations that stemmed from this. Significant work in this area has been undertaken since then, and I hope you will also have noted the appendix, which is the climate change route map. At the meeting in July, we committed to understanding the earliest date Northamptonshire Council could become carbon neutral by, and have now set this as 2030 following calculations. And alongside this, there's been a significant investment made in conjunction with this at the budget setting meeting a few weeks ago. Further work around this is being undertaken to understand the actions that should be taken to reduce the Council's emissions in line with this commitment. And further details around this are set out in section 4.18 of the report. With the ongoing support of the Climate Change, Environment and Growth Executive Advisory Panel, a wide range of activities and work of the Council in this regard have been considered over recent months. And as you will have seen from the report, these include, but not limited to, looking at active and sustainable travel, air quality, priority shaping, tree planting, and much more. The recommendations set out in the report allow us to continue, in particular, the Council's key work around reducing emissions. And the attached climate change route map sets out at a high level the work across all areas that is being undertaken and scheduled to be undertaken throughout 2022 to enable the furthering of this journey. The report sets out the current position and future steps, and as such I don't propose to go into further detail at this point, but subject to debate from members, I would like to propose then that we accept the recommendations set out in the report en bloc.
Thank you, Councillor Pentland. Would any councillor wish to second this item, please? Councillor Lee, you had your hand up first. Councillor Lee, you raised your hand.
Yes, it was to take part in debate. I'm happy to second this, but that would be rather unusual.
I'd already got my hand up, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Alliburn, then, please. Councillor Alliburn, please.
I'm happy to second it. I've got one or two comments I was going to make, which I'll make a little bit later on, so that would reflect what I would say now anyway.
Thank you. Councillor O'Hara, please.
Sorry, Chair, I was going to second it, but it's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Lee, please.
Thank you, Chair. I support this report, and I also wanted to comment how wonderful the training is. I was one of the 17 lucky members who's already followed the carbon literacy training. It was very well chosen. I hope all the other members are able to follow that training. Just a comment, during that training it was amazing how much of the carbon emissions the council can actually influence. There will be a poll, and I won't give you the answers, but it is amazing how much influence that the council can exert over the carbon emissions of other organisations and residents and businesses. Just one comment, Chair. Page 109 in the, where is it? In the route map to delivery, the plan should examine and support. There are all these points. Can I please stress that we also need to engage with residents, and we really need to engage with residents to exert the influence that we have to reduce not only our own carbon emissions, but also to achieve that change of culture that we really need to achieve. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Fedorovich, please.
Thank you, Chair. Helps if I turn it on. I very much welcome this report. Really, really great to have an update on it, and great to see sort of where we're heading with the route map. Obviously, I think there's definite scope for it to adapt over the year, and I think that's something that we might want to sort of make a nod to. But especially, it's really sort of good to see that 2030 commitment, and now that sort of like sparks some actions that we've actually started to lay out. The only thing I've wanted to say, well, a few things, but first of all, the sort of need to challenge that 2030 date. Once we've sort of understood what our scope 1 and 2 emissions actions are to get us to net zero, we need to sort of really be starting to push that timescale. Also, we're really not looking at scope 3. I know that that's obviously scope 1 and 2 is the easier options where we need to be focusing to start with, but I definitely think we need to be looking at that and coming back as soon as we can, as soon as reasonably practicable. We obviously mentioned also in 7.1.2 about the sustainability team being created. This is really great, but we probably need a little bit more detail on that, and a little bit more commitment around that if we can get that, please. And yes, obviously, like the urgency is really, really good, and I'd very much like to support what sort of Councillor Lee said about the engagement aspect of that and working that into things. And then the final thing I wanted to mention was the fact that we're voting today on the fact that this is going to come back to executive later in the year. And I just don't think that that level of accountability is good enough, really. We need to be having regular KPIs. This needs to be an a monthly reviewed thing. I know that we are looking at KPIs, so don't get me wrong. I am very aware that we're looking into that. But I do think we need to have that commitment on paper. We need to say that either that's going to go to the executive or to the EAP every month. We need to have that regular check-in on these, sort of the route map and our progress here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor David Brackenbury, please.
Thank you again, Chair. And no, I very much welcome this report, and I would like to congratulate Councillor Pentland and the whole team who've worked so hard to produce this very comprehensive route map. I welcome the reference to spatial planning frameworks and policies so that green infrastructure is included in everything that we do, and it sort of reminds me of the point made earlier in the meeting when Councillor Maxwell was making reference to electric vehicle charging infrastructure as an example. So I very much welcome the report and commend everybody for all their hard work. Thank you.
Councillor Binley, please.
Thank you, Chair. I too very much welcome this report and the brilliant work that's been done by the EAP and the portfolio holder. Chair, I'd just like to pick up on a little bit on section 4.6, an overview of proposed LED lighting and alternative lighting solutions. Oh, well, look at that. A sensible plan of researching something that could save the council money in the environment, along with making people feel safer in the community. So I really do applaud some of the bits that are being looked at, rather than doing what the opposition would like to do, which is just throw money at it, as per the last council meeting, and just want to throw budget away from reserves at switching back the old lighting on. Bad for the environment, expensive. Sounds a bit like a description of the Labour Party, if you ask me. But in fairness, Chair, we do have to give the Labour group some credit, because at least they must be planting an awful lot of trees. Well, those magic money trees anyway, at the rate they plan on spending money, should the worst ever happen and they get into power. So I am really, really pleased with the work that's being done by the EAP and the forward thinking that the portfolio holder and her team have looking at these different kind of ideas that could really help the environment and not just throwing money at something. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ian Jelly, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to agree with Councillor Lee, what she said about the carbon literacy training that we did on Monday and Wednesday of this week. It was an exceptionally good training session, and I would recommend any member to get involved in it and actually go through it. I learned an awful lot about CO2 and how it affects us as a community and what we can do about making sure that we become carbon neutral by 2030. As part of the end of the learning, there were actions that we had to commit to. Action as a member to take this forward into the community, and action as groups. Can I ask the portfolio holder if there's any plans to set up working groups to take this forward? Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Allibone, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, it's a good report, I think, and I'm pleased to see that we're moving steadily onwards on our journey towards net zero since declaring a climate emergency last July. Like Councillors Jelly and Lee, I was among the first tranche of the carbon literacy councillors this week. An excellent course. I'd endorse everything they've said. And I'm going to pick up on something on paragraph 4.3 on page 95, saying that the council can deliver so much, but it's small in comparison to what the whole community can deliver. We were told that local authorities have a direct input in cutting carbon of 2%, which doesn't sound a lot, just 2%, but it influences 33%, i.e. with the partnerships and planning systems and community groups. So it's a much bigger percentage of influence that we actually wield. And of course individuals as well. One of the figures we were given, each person in this country produces something like 13 tonnes of carbon in a year, which sounds a very high figure, but I expect that it includes car journeys and heating houses and homes. An interesting fact about Northamptonshire, the figures weren't quite up to date, but in 2015-2016, Northamptonshire as a whole spent some £353 million on energy and fuel bills, which equated to 5.2% of money earned within the county, leaving the county, obviously to the energy companies. But by utilising new and emerging technologies to reduce carbon levels, £65 million could be saved. So it's going to be a joint effort, Mr. Chairman. It's local authorities working in partnership with businesses, with the energy companies themselves, and the individuals. It's just even a question of turning central heating down 1 degree or 2 degrees, perhaps not taking that odd journey in the car to a local shop. All small things, really, and planting trees. We've already heard that. I've been planting trees and hedges for over 20 years now on my farm, but that's just the bit that I can do. But it's on a relatively small area. I mean, I farm about a 1.5 mile square block of land, but it means that on that particular block, I'm trying to play my part. So it is going to be a team effort, and I think we've all got to work together to achieve neutrality, carbon neutrality within the timescale. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Smithers, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I really do welcome this report, and without going over what everyone else has said, I like the fact that this really hooks into our corporate plan and with the safe and thriving places, the green sustainable environment. That's important, that things that we do link into the corporate plan to sort of build out where this council is looking to go. It also links in quite nicely to the Joint Core Strategy Part 2 of the local plan as well, which was being referred to just earlier on in this meeting by Councillor Brackenbury. So very pleased to see this, and well done to Councillor Pentland and the staff who have brought this forward. I also know, obviously, the EAPs have a very, very big part of developing the policy in this thing. And I'm always one not to sort of, be negative about the EAPs, because I think they're vital to this council, despite what some members may think about them. However, the £1 million that we've looked to invest into the green environment, which was brought to the budget at our last meeting, which many of you will well remember being in here, is a clear understanding that this council is absolutely committed to doing what we can locally to improve our green offering. And that £1 million has only been made available because of the prudent fiscal management that this Conservative authority has brought about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Colquhoun, please.
Thank you, Chair. Like previous speakers, Chair, I think this is very good stuff. It's very progressive. As one councillor mentioned earlier, as we develop as a council and grow as a council, we begin to show improvements and get things more and more correct. I think this is a very good example of that. My only regret, I think, Chair, is that when we've previously discussed this, Councillor Binley has been present at other meetings rather than meetings we've been having. Thank you.
Councillor Howell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to join other members in congratulating Councillor Harriet Pentland, the Executive Member, for the work that she has done and run with on this project. I mean, if you think we're not even a year old, well, as of tomorrow, and we have got to this stage already, I think it's an absolutely admirable position to be in. I'm delighted to be able to work with Councillor Pentland on the cycleways and walking ways infrastructure plan. And we have just secured some extra funding to help us come up with this infrastructure plan further along the Greenway down the south of our area, and this all goes to play part towards our green agenda. And we must encourage our residents and everybody to try and use cycleways and walkways. And the whole of Northamptonshire, you know, deserves to have this sort of infrastructure. And Councillor Pentland and I are working really closely with those to try and secure funding to do that. Also, with the Queen's Green Canopy, we've been working really hard to ensure that every tree that is planted is registered on there, so we're aware of the number of trees that are going in, and that just for members' information, actually, the Queen's Green Canopy website has been extended to the end of April, so you can still register your trees on that up until the end of April before it's relaunched again in October for the new planting season. This is a working document. It's forever changing and updating. So I think moving forward, this will provide us with the tool that we need to get to the point that we have committed to as a council, which is that carbon neutrality by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Andy Mercer, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Shakespeare wrote, I think, there is a tide in the affairs of man, and it looks as though the tide is finally moving in the right direction. Back in the 1980s, Margaret Thatcher championed climate change and it went nowhere. Yes, it went nowhere in the intervening years, the dead years. In 2011, when the County Council put out a contract to renew the street lighting, I remember standing up in the council chamber and saying that they should be using LED lights. That was not yet the time. It wasn't yet fashionable to pursue climate change issues, and my recommendation at full council was completely ignored. I'm glad to see that we've now come right round to accepting that, and LED lights are now the direction we're going with street lighting. It's going to be a lot more expensive now, though, than it would have been 11 years ago. I'm really happy to see this, but I just wish it had been 11 years ago.
Councillor Tubbs, please.
Thank you, Chair. I want to say well done to everyone that's worked on this report and the route map, and especially Councillor Pentland, and to not just the report and the route map, to everything that's gone into it. You can tell that a lot of work has gone into this. I think that the route map is really comprehensive and really great. It tackles the situation from so many angles, so that's really great to see. And I'm especially a big fan on the amount of grants and funding that are noted and mentioned that we already have or are working towards getting. So I think that's definitely something we need to carry on focusing on, but it's really great to see it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jan O'Hara, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few comments. I'd like to just say that at the moment, climate change obviously affects all of us and across all areas. It is imperative that we protect and work with nature, our communities, and across all work areas and across all groups. And also would like to commend the work that our officers have done and undertake to ensure that we are continuing along the right track to do this. And I'd like to invite all of you to look at the work that we undertake every single day of the week and discuss it on a monthly basis through the Climate Change, Environment and Growth Executive Advisory Panel that Councillor Pentland chairs. And as has already been mentioned, you know, this work is actually pivotal in the Joint Core Strategy Part 2 that Councillor Smithers has already mentioned. And within that, we have the Building Homes for Healthy Lives, which ensures that we have a good area to make developers, or hopefully get developers to build the right homes in the right places that are helping us to live healthier lives, that are environmentally friendly and are using the right materials. And we couldn't do that without our officers' help and that of George Candler. Protecting this and making sure that this goes through is imperative, and I think we should all work together to make sure that we have a happier world to live in with plenty of green open spaces that are enhanced by the symbiosis that we have within this council, and ensure that we protect those and the cycleways that we have and the waterways. And thank you for your time.
Councillor Hakewell, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to compliment Councillor Pentland for her courtesy and politeness and respect for different views and contributions that have gone into this particular policy. I'd also like to thank her for endorsing the training and making that available. Like other councillors, I think another 15 of us earlier this week spent a day on carbon literacy training. And there was something for everyone to learn during that particular training. So I thank her for that. This is about all of our futures and everyone working on and reading about this council's cross-party leadership on climate change will be contributing to mitigating the impacts for our children and their children. So I'm very happy to be very positive about this, as I have been on climate change for perhaps 20 years or more now. So once again, thank you to Councillor Pentland for receiving and taking on board all different views, and I shall very happily and positively, enthusiastically be voting in favour of adopting this policy. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Haycourt. Councillor John McGee, please.
Thank you, Chair. You can tell how important this is, Chair, by the amount of speakers. And I think we're winning the battle. Because only this morning I got a message from my 11-year-old daughter, and it was her homework, and it was on climate change. And it was an excellent piece of paper. So we're winning this battle, and we need to keep that at the forefront throughout the community and in the schools, Chair. Of course, we would love to support this. We will support it, Chair. And I think Councillor Binley's got to get facts right. We don't want to spend hundreds of millions on lights. We want proper lighting so people feel safe. I think everybody wants that, do we not? And as for spending money, Chair, I mean, I think it was a concertative group that bankrupted a council not too far from here, and some of the members are in this chamber now, Chair. So if he wants to play politics, I can do that. I can do that easily. So, you know, I always thought he was a decent lad. Now I'll take that back, Chair. But what I will say, Chair, is, and I will ask the Cabinet member or the Executive member to bear in mind when we are taking trees out, for whatever reason, that we do consult with the people around that area. Not far from here, there was 3 or 4 big trees took out where the residents were extremely upset, and now they've got to wait 18 months to get that replanted. I don't understand why they have to wait for that time. I thought if we're taking them out, we can get them in pretty quickly. But, Chair, if we are going to do these things, let's consult with the residents round there, please.
And our newer member, Councillor Best, please.
Thank you, Chair. And just for clarity, I shan't be taking any cheap political shots. I think this is a great start, but I do think we're missing something that is under our control and we could do relatively easily, I think, and at no cost to the council. Today, the energy efficiency and environmental impact of new builds, homes and commercial, is left to the developers and the building regs. And as a result, most new homes are built to EPC Band B standards. It is within our power as a council to mandate that all new homes are built to a higher standard. We could say, for example, that all new homes have to, in Northamptonshire, have to be built to EPC Band A. It would cost us nothing. It would for sure put a little bit on the price of a house, but that would be much less than it would cost the homeowners to upgrade that house at a later date. So I'd like to ask that we could add that to the climate change roadmap. As a newcomer, I don't know quite how to go about that, so maybe somebody give me some guidance, but I think it's certainly something worth considering. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Maxwell, please.
I'd like to say this is a great report. However, how do we help residents understand the report in light of the costs involved with their bills? What help can we give them in future with climate change and meeting their needs? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harrison, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I absolutely welcome this report, and I would like to really congratulate Councillor Harriet Pentland on her driving passion that has most certainly pushed this forward much faster than it otherwise would have happened. It's a really fantastic paper, and I know very well that this is not important just for protecting the environment and preventing climate change. It's important from so many different aspects, but most particularly, every action we take will improve the health and well-being of the people in our communities, and I heartily recommend this paper.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, before I get back to Councillor Harriet Pentland, is there any last speaker, please? Councillor Fedorovich, please.
Hello, thank you, Chair. I'd like to second Councillor Best's proposal. I think we should include that. I think we should formally propose that and second it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Proposed it. Has he got words?
He has. Charlie, have you got the words?
I haven't formed it as a motion today, so I think maybe if that's the way to do it, then maybe we'll bring it to the next meeting.
Okay, just to clarify, I think, Councillor Best, were you making a formal amendment to the report to suggest the council upgrade its policy at this time in relation to the higher spec for houses, or is that something you're happy to feed through the EAP and for them to consider it and then refer it through as a consequence?
No, it's at the moment it's an informal observation, but it's something I very much would like to bring forward as a formal motion. And if people work with me to help me do that, then that's what I shall do.
Okay, Chair, just to clarify, so that's not a formal amendment, but that point I'm sure has been noted by Councillor Pentland and can be progressed outside of the meeting and discussed. Sorry, Councillor. Sorry, Chair.
Point of clarification, like when will this potentially next come forward then? Because it would be good to understand the timescales of when that would go to the EAP and then would come back to full council to be approved, so we all have an understanding of how long that could take.
Thank you, Councillor. That's for Councillor Pentland to answer. Would you like to come back on this matter now, the whole matter? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will come back on a number of points and thank my colleagues for their comments throughout that. It was a really useful debate. Really pleased to hear that so many members have taken part in the training so far. It's great to hear that you found it so interesting. And I liked the use of the fact that really resonated with me when I did the training in respect of the influence that councils have over carbon emissions in the wider area. And that is something we are certainly focusing on and is a key part of the various actions within the climate change route map. As Councillor Howell said, the route map is a living document, so we'll be constantly looking at it, and indeed we've looked at it a couple of times already through the EAP to ensure that we're moving in the right direction and are responsive to what is happening and what needs to happen. In the same vein, we'll be constantly looking at the data we have moving forward around our emissions and the reduction of these in relation to the 2030 date. And just making sure we're really on the ball with all of that. Of course, the data around that will come back in various forms and through the various mechanisms of this council to ensure that we're looking at it and that people are able to participate in doing so. I know the EAP will be playing an active role in that as just one example of how we will do so through the council. And as you said, Councillor Fedorovich, KPIs are being developed and these will be a key part of how we keep monitoring the direction of travel that we're going in. Councillor Jelly, you raised the point around training and how we take this forward, and that is a key part of the work that officers are undertaking at the moment, how we make sure that training is kept up to date as information changes, etc., so that councillors can remain informed on this. And my thanks, as other colleagues have said, go to the officers who are working very hard behind the scenes on all of this. Councillor Tubbs, just picking up on a point you've put, is you made around grants, and it's fantastic that we are receiving external funding through grants to help us with this work. I think that's of vital importance, and have made that one of the priorities, that we're making use of the external funding available to us and the external expertise that comes with that. Because these grants that we're able to access also have the wider benefit of really helping our communities and allowing them to get involved with the various schemes that come forward. Councillor McGee, you raised a very specific point around the trees, and if I may, we'll come back to you on that specific point outside of this meeting, just so we can get some further details around that. Just looking to last couple of points, Councillor Maxwell, you raised the comments around support for residents, and obviously that is a really important part of the work that we will be doing. The officers we have in place, dedicated officers, are working on this, and we are looking at how we can disseminate further information to our communities so that they can understand what they can be doing and how they go about doing that. I can see some of the key ways that we do so being through the website and our social media pages, but also engaging through the different avenues such as the NN Climate Conference we had last year, which was an important way of engaging with local residents as we move forward on this journey. So I hope that I've covered various of those points there. If I haven't, I do apologise. There were a number, and I will happily pick other ones up outside of this meeting where I've missed them. But with all that said, I'm happy that we go to a vote, if that's possible.
Thank you, Councillor. We will now move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Against? Not one. Abstentions? Not one. That's carried, councillors, unanimously. Councillors, before we move to agenda item 13, the political balance of committees, I'm reliably told that there's a bundle of papers going to be circulated. I thought this was a good time that we have a 15-minute break. So I move to the break. Thank you. Thank you. Are you ready, Tom? Can I start yet? Thank you. Councillors, during the break, you should have been given a sheet of paper about Appendix A, proportionality allocations. Has anybody not got one, please? Okay. Please, may I see the monitoring officer to present this report, please, on political balance of committees.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so there is a duty under legislation to allocate seats on committees and subcommittees to political groups to give effect to the fact that the political group bears the same proportion to the total number of such committee seats as the number of members of that group bears. Makes sense. So the appendix in front of you sets out the calculations on proportionality allocations. There have been a number of changes since the last calculation was made that are set out in the appendix, and therefore there has been a change to the Kettering Area Committee, which is based upon local proportionality. There have been no other changes as a result of political balance. So just asking for that to be approved today, members. Thank you.
Brackenbury, please.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I'd like to move the recommendation at 3.1. Basically, the monitoring officers pointed out that there have been changes of the changes of membership, which are set out in Appendix A, which is that Councillor Hakewell has joined the Green Alliance Group, Councillor Griffiths has become an independent member, and Councillor Best has been elected as a Liberal Democrat following the Oundle by-election. As the monitoring officers pointed out, the only change is that the Kettering Area Planning Committee will now, going forward, have 7 members of the Conservative group and 2 members of the Green Alliance. It is also probably worth pointing out that the planning, as with licensing, is a quasi-judicial function. So in the execution of the applications that come before the Kettering Area Planning Committee or any other planning committee, one's party allegiance is completely irrelevant to it. It is all determined upon the merits or otherwise of an application that's brought before, subject to any predetermination issues or anything like that that may arise. So with that, I'm just pleased to move for recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second and reserve the right to speak.
Are there any speakers to this matter, please? Councillor Hakewell.
Thank you, Chairman, for your courtesy. What I'm confused about is that I joined the Green Alliance in May of 21 and have been part of that group. The report says there's been no change to the political makeup with Councillors Griffiths and Best. And we now have 2 on planning, 2 Green Alliance. I'm trying to understand why that hasn't been operational since I joined the Green Alliance group last May. And therefore, logically, since then, there should have been 2 Green Alliance councillors and 7 Conservative from that particular point. So this paper did come late, I did print it off, but I still couldn't really understand the timescaling of it and why that wasn't made as a change when I joined with my 3 colleagues here of the Green Party.
Thank you. Councillor Best, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just looking at some clarity on the observation here that says I was voted in as a Liberal Democrat, but I'm now an independent member. I'm still a Liberal Democrat. Is that just a technicality we're talking about here?
With my mic on, of course. Sorry, Councillor Brackenbury.
Thank you, Chair. And I was simply going to reassure Councillor Best that he hasn't changed parties without anybody telling him, at least as far as I know, and that although he remains a proud member of the Liberal Democrats, because there is only one elected member for the Liberal Democrats. They are not themselves a group. Therefore, that's why he's being considered, with perhaps a small I, he's being considered as an independent, as per his group affiliation. I hope that clarifies.
Thanks, that's clear.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so this was voted through at the annual council. It's only just been opportune to review that duty in terms of political balance as a result of Councillor Best joining the council. So apologies, it wasn't reviewed earlier, but we are now looking at political balance calculations as a result of the recent election.
Anybody else wish to speak to this item, please? Very well, then thank you. We'll move to the vote. All those in favour, please. Against? Abstentions? My goodness, we are doing well on my first day, aren't we? That's unanimous. Thank you. Agenda item 14, colleagues. Draft Municipal Timetable 22-23. Please may I see the Monitoring Officer to present this report, please.
Thank you, Chair. I got the short straw, actually. Thank you, members. This report, or this draft, has been considered by the Democracy and Standards Committee at its previous meeting. This is the draft timetable for next municipal year. It has to remain a draft due to the fact that in our constitution it states that annual council can agree the municipal timetable. I think that's something we're going to have to revisit, because it's in the interest of members and officers to ensure that this is decided as soon as possible, so members have plenty of notice and officers have plenty of notice. It still needs to be agreed by full council, but whether it can be agreed at an earlier full council rather than leave it to annual council. But the reason for bringing it here is to get, if you like, full council steer as to whether they find it agreeable and acceptable, so that we can start to make arrangements behind the scene, acknowledging the fact that annual council may want to throw in a grenade somewhere along the way, but we need to start thinking about booking venues and lining up deadlines for reports and things like that. So I think we'll be taking something through to the Democracy and Standards Committee in due course to ask them to amend the constitution. In terms of the timetable itself, which is always a joy to do, we have tried to rationalise in some way. So, for example, you would have noticed, for those of you who love planning and all things planning and have planning on your pyjamas, every Wednesday night is going to be planning night. So there will be a planning meeting going on somewhere in the area, apart from strategic planning, which will remain on a Monday. We've also tried to tie up the Constitutional Working Group, the Democracy and Standards Committee, and full council, so that if there are items like the one I've just mentioned, we can feed it through Constitutional Working Group. That allows time to get it into Democracy and Standards, which allows time to get it into full council. In terms of the scrutiny committees, although I acknowledge there may need to be a further discussion around finance scrutiny around the budget period to make sure that everything's covered off. But for the moment, what we're trying to do is align the executive and scrutiny, so that if there were potentially any call-ins or any issues, that could be easily accommodated. We've also tried to align the executive advisory panels, which I appreciate. We need to make sure that they have time to consider items in advance, so that any comments they have that they want to feed into the executive, there is time for that to be done. And so we've looked at trying to align those. The rest of the timetable is as is, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, I'm not keen on planning, but I do like to book holidays, so it's a very useful document we have before us. Would any councillor like to wish to move this item, please? Councillor Brackenbury, the good-looking one.
I'm not Councillor Brackenbury. I have no intention of being Councillor Brackenbury.
An amendation, the good-looking lawman, as opposed from the good-looking Brackenbury.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. And thank you very much to our Democratic Services Manager for introducing this report. I would like to add my thanks on behalf of the Council for actually preparing this, because I understand this is a lot of work, aligning all the different committees and really ensuring that they run smoothly and are effectively submitted into full council at the right time. There are also many, many other meetings that where the papers have to be added in the right way, made available to the members and the public. So it is a lot of work, and I would like to thank you, Paul, for the work that you and your team have put into that. It is greatly acknowledged. There is, if I may draw members' attention, a recommendation in there for the formal submission, but I also would like to raise one point, and that is in the September democracy and standards submission to full council. We said, and we agreed as a full council, to have meetings happening during the day at 2 p.m, bar the budget meeting to be at 10 a.m. We have, unfortunately, today is only the second ordinary meeting that we've had, and whereas I would have liked to do at the next full council, at the annual council, to do a review, I don't think, in all fairness, 2 meetings are really the norm to judge whether they work or they don't. And therefore, I would just like to give reassurance to council that the Democracy and Standards Committee will look at the result of whether it's working as a day meeting or not fairly soon after the annual council, as soon as we have a clear view of, say, 3 or 4 meetings to really assess the impact. If any members have, in the meantime, any comments, they're always welcome to please contact me, and the Democracy and Standards Committee will take it into consideration. That is really all I would like to say, and that I'm proposing the report to be adopted.
Thank you. A seconder, please. Councillor Maxwell, please. Thank you. Councillor Maxwell, are you seconding that?
Oh, yes, sorry. That's correct, I am.
Thank you. It's just a quick question, if I may. I was intrigued to see that the time for full council for the entire year, I appreciate it's a draft, but it does say 2 o'clock for that. So I was just wondering, essentially, what is the latest? When is the review going to take place, and how is that going to be done?
Councillor Lawman.
Sorry, Chairman, if any other member have got any questions, do you want me to answer it now or later?
I'll answer that one now, please.
I can answer that now. I said at the beginning, when I proposed the report, that the Democracy and Standards Committee will have as soon as possible after the annual council, and once we had about 1 or 2 further full council meetings, we will take it into Democracy and Standards to discuss and then evaluate whether we have data, and take it to full council, of course, because it's full council's decision in the end, whether we have 2 o'clock meetings or evening meetings or late afternoon, whatever. the preferred choice may be. I hope that answered Councillor's question.
Paul Gold, please.
Yeah, just on the back of that, there is allowance in the draft, so if the council at a later stage decided to move to 6 p.m. or 7 p.m, that could be done without causing too much disruption. And I have already made sure we've got the room booked for those days, regardless of what time it may start.
Councillor Griffiths, please.
Thank you, Chairman. And Paul said that Wednesday night is planning night. And under the existing system, it seems that that is the way. But of course, it doesn't have to be that way. We have 5 planning committees, and roll on the pass review is all I would say. But I had confirmation today for members' benefit that to date, 11 planning committees have been cancelled. 4 in Corby, none in Kettering, 1 in East Northamptonshire area, 2 in Wellingborough, and 4 strategic planning committees. I think it's time we started thinking as one council and not 4. But I think this also shows that we need to get our act together as far as members of the public, because we are convening meetings, we're calling meetings, we are summons meetings, and then we're cancelling them. And I think it looks extremely inefficient. Thank you, Chairman.
Paul Gold, please.
Yeah, just as a point of clarification, we do not send out summons and then cancel meetings. And until a summons and agenda are issued, there isn't actually a legal meeting. You have this scheduled timetable, and this is what we as officers and you as members will work to. However, if there is not sufficient business to call a meeting will probably not be called, and that's usually in consultation with the chair. If there's a need for specials, and we've had some specials during the past 12 months, obviously they're not in the timetable, they will be called in appropriate fashion. But I just wanted to stress the point that once a formal meeting has been called, it is not lawful to cancel it. Sorry?
We have cancelled a meeting that has been called.
Which one? I stand to be corrected by my superior.
Have you finished?
I think I am finished, Chair. Yes, thank you.
Scott Brown,
Not
please.
before time.
Councillor Scott Brown. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome the comments from Councillor Lawman regarding the review on the full council times. However, it's my understanding that these daytime meetings are a trial, and that the status quo should be that council times, full council is held in the evening. Therefore, I'm unable to vote in favour of this timetable as it stands, as it is my belief that the status quo should be stated in the timetable, and if that review deems that daytime meetings are favourable, then it gets adjusted at that time to the 2 p.m. start time.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mark Pengelly, please.
Yes, Chair. Like many, I'm looking forward to the consultation review. We've got many members, a lot of younger ones that struggle to get time off of work, and it says reasonable time off. And if you look at this week with what's happened, I understand all the work that the executive have put into this week, but it's really, really difficult if you're a young person starting off in a career, getting to meetings. So thank you for that, and we look forward to questionnaires and things like that going out. And like Councillor Lawman, I want to just congratulate Paul and all the team that have put the timetable together. It helps us as Labour groups, and we've got to put other meetings in place, like group meetings and things like that. So thank you. I know that I've been asking for it, but I know it's a lot of work. So yeah, congratulations.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor David Brackenbury, please.
Thank you, Chair. And in common with previous speakers, I'd like to thank the Democracy and Standards Working Party and also Paul and the team of officers who have played such elegant Tetris with the trying to shoehorn the meeting schedules, the room bookings, and goodness knows what else. So, you know, congratulations to that. Touching on Councillor Griffith's point and subsequent about the planning committees, of course, we have 5 planning committees. We will always have one strategic overarching planning committee, I think, and that is absolutely important for the sort of major, the strategic, the controversial, the, you know, the big horrible stuff. And we will, you know, we have always had a desire to reflect local wishes and local people and local consultation, which is why we have the 4 area planning committees. Naturally, we are carrying out a review of planning services, and what we do with the committee structure and with membership of those committees and with everything else will be obviously taken into consideration. But we do stand for local accountability. We do stand for local knowledge and experience. But obviously, we also have to take circumstances into account. There are occasions when a meeting is going to have to be called off for lack of business. It does happen from time to time. Certainly during my time in East Northamptonshire, which goes back some years, Chair, there were occasions where we would call off a meeting, but as has been pointed out, that would usually be done prior to the formal summons to the meeting. I said usually, I'm not going to spare anybody's blushes. But it would normally be done in consultation with the chair and adequately circulated. So it is something we take seriously and take into consideration, and we will keep watching this space. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Andy Mercer, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, there's a couple of points I'd like to make. First one is our budget meeting, if I recall, was 5 hours, 15 or 20 minutes. If we'd started that at 7 o'clock, we would have been here past midnight, and I know that's past my bedtime normally. And there's quite a few other people for whom that length of time working that late at night would be a struggle. And we're not going to give our best when it's that time of night. Even Parliament has tried to get away from the all-night sittings. It is not sensible to suggest that we should be having long meetings running through the night. It may be very convenient for a small minority, but it's very inconvenient for everybody else. That's the first point. The second one is planning. The law recognises that controversial planning applications should be determined by members. And the reason why has been stated many times, I'm pretty sure in a lot of case law, is that they are supposed to bring local knowledge and expertise. It can't be local if you have people over the whole area trying to be local there. The final point is that it's my understanding that there is a large backlog of planning applications waiting to come to committee. I'm aware of one that's been coming for about 2 years now, where there's even suggestions they may go for non-determination. That being the case, there is a lot of pent-up demand that is not yet getting to committee. So the suggestion that we've got too many committees, I think, is very premature and short-sighted.
Anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Howell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to congratulate the officers for putting together this timetable. Obviously, it is extremely difficult to try and get everything in. We are where we are. I think it would be good to see what the review comes out of democracy and standards, and we'll wait for that. And I propose that we carry on with this. Thanks.
Councillor McGee, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was listening to the spiel about why we shouldn't have earlier meetings, Chair. Look around us. What's the average age group? Do we want young people involved? Do we want a different age group within the council? Come on. If it's past your bedtime at a night meeting, perhaps you're in the wrong job. It's about time we had, and I'm not saying start them at 2 o'clock and 7 o'clock on to 12. Start them at 5, 4:30, 5. Give people who are working an opportunity. We need to have a different age group in here so we're fully representative. Or it'll be full of old guys like me, semi-retired, who are making decisions on behalf of our young people. That's not good enough. Let's be real about this. We have got to start having meetings in the evening to give everybody an opportunity to be involved in local democracy.
You're not old, John. I've looked on your Facebook. I could give you a few years. Anybody else, please? Councillor David Jenny, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I welcome this report because it's actually starting to get some patterns within the meetings, and that I'm sure that is certainly going to assist those of us who serve on various town councils as well, because at least we get a chance to be able to know whether we're going to be able to do both sets of councils. So I thank Paul and his team for actually sorting this out, because quite frankly this year it has been a bit of a nightmare. I've always chosen to come to a unitary meeting and, as opposed to a town council meeting, but sometimes that isn't quite the way to do it. We shouldn't be setting each council up against itself. So I'm very pleased to see this. Thank you.
Councillor David Howes, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mr. Gold, this may already be in the plan, but even in draft form, is it possible, following on from Councillor Jenny's point, a number of us have parish councils to look after. Is it possible to have the timetable published into the calendar, so at least we've got the opportunity to plan accordingly for future meetings that we've got for parish and town councils? I appreciate, as I say, it's only in draft form. Even if the calendar invites are not sent, at least we can see it in the calendar. Does that make sense?
I'm sure my learned colleague Ben is nodding, so I'm sure we can facilitate that. Thank you. And while I have the mic, can I just point out I went on holiday the day before the meeting was cancelled.
Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. I was one of those that, of course, argued for evening meetings. They work much better for me than daytime meetings. But taking Councillor McGee's point there, of course, the reason that we agreed to trial daytime meetings for full council is not because it was easier for councillors. I appreciate it's easier for Councillor McGee, it's easier for me. But we were trying to find something that worked for the public. Of course, the attendance by the public was very low in the evening meetings, and it's one of the reasons that we all agreed that we would try the daytime to see if more public came. Now, I'm all for re-evaluating this at some stage in time, and I hope personally that we go back to evening meetings. But I would accept that having had just one meeting is not sufficient to re-evaluate it just yet. Taking Councillor Scott Brown's point, I was with him. I think we should have evening meetings, but I will be voting for this, of course, because we have to re-evaluate it when we have some real data.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkes. Anybody else, please? Got to be somebody else, is there? No? Well, we'll move to the vote. All those in favour, please.
Did Laura want to come back?
Laura, I'm terribly sorry. Put your cards down. I'm sorry. Laura, please.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I'm being overshadowed by my husband. Now you totally ignore me. What's going on here? I know my place in life. All I want to say is thank you very much for all the comments. They are in my head. And please, if you have any other comments, please send them over to me. And as I said before, it was a trial, and we will, soon after the annual council, we will look at more when we had more council meetings, we will evaluate and bring it to the Democracy and Standards Committee, where you also have a voice if you wish to speak. But then, of course, at full council, and hopefully it will not be a full council like I remember the September one, which ended at 11:20 at night, I think. The wonderful news is, I understand from our leader that by the annual council, we will have, hopefully, a brand spanking new live streaming system in place that will enable the public to actually listen and see at their leisure, to see what they wish to see in the committees, and that should be really something positive, so it should strengthen it. Sorry, Leader, if I jumped the gun.
Point of clarification, I was told that by the monitoring officer, just for the record.
Thank you, and therefore I move the recommendation to adopt this
Thank you. While
report.
we're on the subject of the council chamber, could we have a clock up there, do you think, please? For the next year at least? Just a timepiece on the wall? Anyway, we'll now move to the vote, please. A big orange card for Councillor Laura, please. All those against? Three against. Any abstentions, please? Three abstentions. That's carried. Thank you, councillors. Agenda item 15, councillors. It's constitutional amendments. Please may I see the Democratic Services Manager to present this report. Paul.
Thank you. I've got my planning pyjamas on for this one because, as members will recall, there have been various debates at various bodies about certain aspects of the operation of planning governance. And what you have before you is a report relating to two of those aspects. One is the public participation policy, together with something which is new, which is a guidance note to chairs on the use of their discretion, together with proposed amendments for the officer's scheme of delegation. It should be noted that these documents have been through the Constitutional Working Group and through the Democracy and Standards Committee, and there was a healthy debate at both bodies, and the public we had some public interaction at the committee meeting as well. And so these proposals have been brought forward to full council for consideration and, if acceptable, to endorse. And I think Chair Councillor Lorman will wish to come in on at this point.
Which one?
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Councillor Laura Lorman as Chair of Democracy and Standards. Thank you.
Councillor Lorman.
Thank you, Chairman. Before we enter into any debate, if I refer members' attention, please, to page 141, 2.2. In the lower part, where it says 2.6, amend 2 ward councillors to 3 ward councillors. I've looked at that. It's a bit ambiguous in its description. And when I looked at 2.6 on page 148 and in the original agenda papers and in the minutes, it didn't make total sense to me, if I may say that. So I would like it to be made clearer. And I wish to make an amendment with regards to page 141 in 2.2, where it says 2 ward councillors to 3 ward councillors. And we actually are meant to read it, when more than 1 ward councillor wishes to speak, they should in the first instance seek to collaborate and agree between them who will represent the ward and the content of the presentation. If ward councillors cannot agree this, the allocated time, and this is my amendment, will be 3 minutes each ward councillor. And that is in place of 5 minutes to be divided, because in my personal view, it did not make sense to have 1.66 minutes if you have a 3-member ward. That would subsequently also cause an amendment on page 148, at 2.8, where it would then read that ward councillors will be limited to speak for 5 minutes if only 1 ward councillor speaks. Otherwise, 2.6 applies with 3 minutes to each councillor. It would reflect a more democratic view, because the members of the public, parish councillors and so on, have the right to speak for 3 minutes, and my personal view is that that right should also be extended to councillors, and therefore I asked for agreement to this amendment before any debate ensues. And I have a seconder for this amendment.
I think Paul would like to come back on some.
Sorry, Chair, just through the Chair to Councillor Lorman, just so to clarify what is being suggested here, and it's really Appendix A, page 148, that you need to look at.
That's correct.
So if there are 3 members in a ward, obviously. If one member of the ward wishes to address a planning committee on a matter, they would get 5 minutes. If 2 or more, or 2 or 3 ward members wish to address planning committee on a matter, they would get 3 minutes each.
Correct.
So that's the, if you like, the change that is being proposed in the recommendations. It hasn't been moved and seconded yet, so this is a change in what is being presented. So that will ensure that ward members, because one hopes that ward members would be able to come to an accommodation. It's recognised ward members have their own opinions on things and may want to ensure those are relayed to the committee. So the amendment that's being proposed would essentially ensure if one ward member requested to speak, they would get a maximum of 5 minutes. If 2 or more ward members wish to speak, they would get 3 minutes each. And that is the proposal that Councillor Lawman has just, I just want to make sure it's clear.
That is correct, and that has a subsequence in effect in 2.8, where it says ward councillors will be limited to speak for 5 minutes, and I want the wording in there if they are speaking as a sole councillor.
Sorry, Councillor Mercer, I know I'm holding you up. Yeah, so 2.8, it would be a ward councillor would be limited to speak for 5 minutes unless the time allocation, unless more than one ward member has requested to speak. But the principle is 1 member, 5 minutes, 2 or 3 members, 3 minutes each.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, I think Councillor Mercer.
Councillor Mercer, please.
Thank you. I'd like to second that proposal. Whereas it would be nice to think that all 3 ward members might come to an agreement, that's not always going to be possible. And it does seem unfair if there are 3 members to split the speech down to less than 3 minutes, which is what a member of the public has. So I don't think that if it's 3 members speaking and they each take 3 minutes, that's 9 minutes, which is only 4 minutes longer than 1 minute. Sorry, there are other people talking behind me. It's very off-putting. That 9 minutes is not a huge amount more than the 5 minutes if it's a single ward councillor. So I would like to second that.
Thank you. Councillor Brackenbury, you wish to speak?
Well, thank you very much, Chair. And I certainly agree that it's perfectly reasonable to allow 3 minutes for an individual ward councillor if there are more than one wishing to speak. So, and I completely am in favour of that. What I haven't quite understood here is whether this is an adjustment to the substantive proposal at 3.1 and therefore does not require an amendment, or whether you need to do an amendment and then a vote on the substantive motion. And obviously, if it were to be the original proposal, I was happy to second that. But if it's being taken on block, then it's clearly already being proposed and seconded, and I'm content.
Well, I'm blowed if I know the answer to that, Councillor, but the legal department seem to be looking at it. In the meantime, Councillor McGee, can we hear from you, please?
Thank you, Chair. I sometimes wonder if we are still in a democracy or a dictatorship. This should have went through the committee. It's not. So if you want to do something like this, take it through the proper procedure. That's the way we should be working. To come out at full council and change a paper like that should not be acceptable. Take it back to your committee, discuss it, take it through scrutiny and then bring it back.
Councillor Hakewell, please. No, leave it a second. Councillor Hakewell, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I entirely and wholeheartedly agree with Councillor McGee. Earlier this week, I did write through to the monitoring officer, having read this particular report, and we are minded to move that this item go back into scrutiny and be properly scrutinised and come back to us. The reason I make that point is that this particular issue I had written in earlier in the week. which was an issue when you read it through. And there are a number of wards where Croyland, Irchester, Oundle, Rothwell, Maudsley and Windmill, where there are 2 and 1 councillors, and therefore I'm totally understanding what's being put forward, but I think it should go back to scrutiny, to some form of scrutiny on the process, and come back to us as a better, a better argued process. Now, we're prepared to move that this be referred back to scrutiny and come back to us in a proper form. When do you propose, sorry Chairman to put you on the spot, when do you propose that I can do that? Because basically we're agreeing with what's being said, but think that it should go back for a much more root and branch, and I'll argue why root and branch once I've moved. So do I move that now, or do we wait until we voted on that one and then I move then?
I think we'll speak with the legal officer.
We need to move the substantive recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So we've not actually moved and seconded the substantive motion yet, so we do need to do that and put that on the table. I think then there's an amendment from Councillor Lorman that the document is amended. I would say that could be an alteration usually, because it is a minor amendment. However, considering the feeling in the room, I will take that as an amendment so that the members can vote on the amendment. So if, Councillor Lorman, you were to move the substantive motion and somebody was to second, and then you wanted to move an amendment and somebody was to second that, we will then debate the amendment that Councillor Lorman has put forward and that Paul explained. We will then vote on that, and then we will move back to the substantive motion, whether that be replaced by the amendment or not, if that makes sense. Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Griffiths,
apologies, Chair, and also Councillor Hakewill. Once we've got to that point, because I can only have one amendment on the table at a time, then you would have the opportunity to put in your amendment as well.
Councillor Griffiths, did you wish to still speak?
I'll keep my powder dry for depending on which way we go, if you don't mind, Chairman, because I know I can't speak twice.
Thank you, Councillor. I've told you can on each one.
Yeah.
Councillor Laura Lorman to lead the substantive motion, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I move the substantive motion for the amendment as I explained. Just a substantive motion.
And who, sorry, Andy Mercer?
We need someone to second.
And a second.
Thank you, Chair. I will second the substantive motion. Thank you.
Councillor Lorman to move the amendment.
Councillor Lorman to move the amendment, please.
May I now move the amendment, please, as explained?
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor
I will
Mercer.
second that.
You second. And now we'll vote on the amendment.
No, we'll debate the amendment.
Yeah. We'll now debate the amendment. Councillor Fedorovich, please.
Thank you, Chair. I actually am very much in agreement with this. However, the only issue is that it wasn't discussed at committee, and the only, well, not the only thing there, is we're arguing here about potentially the same amount of minutes that we weren't going to allocate to the public. So, for me, that sort of strikes a balance of really, like, do we value councillor time and our voices more than the public? So, I just think that if obviously we're going to discuss this, but it's one of those things, again, where all of this needs a lot more discussion, and it needs to go back through thorough scrutiny, and I'll speak more on that later. But generally, very much, this makes complete sense, but we just need to discuss it in the wider scope. Thank you.
And Councillor Griffiths with your dry powder.
Thank you, Chairman. And Councillor McGee is dead right. You know, this, but it's very close, I would say, and I congratulate the work that's been done to get to this level, because it's, you know, it's a very contentious issue. And of course, as I said earlier, and we know that all this is going to be reviewed by an independent body that will also come up with some recommendations in due course. While I've got the mic, Chairman, if you don't mind, can I pick up on the comments that were made by Councillor Mercer about the planning committees? Having 2 area planning committees and a strategic planning committee. No, this is all relevant to this review that has been done. provided those committees, having two, provided those committees are held in Northamptonshire, of course, in no way means that local councillors do not determine local applications. But it will avoid the problem of having enough councillors to man planning committees, which is what we've got at the current moment in time. But I think Emily made a very good point, is that this
Councillor,
needs to go back.
Councillor, please, are you talking about the amendment?
I just did. I support what Councillor McGee has said, but I also think that the recommendations that have come forward are very close. It just needs to go through the right process. And that, you know, council is all about having process.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mercer.
Thank you. It's my understanding that council is the final word on this. We've had discussions at Constitution Working Group, then it goes to Democracy and Standards. It's a very long process. We've had to, for one item, wait 5 months after it was even discussed at Constitution Working Group to get to this stage. Surely, if we're saying it needs to be discussed properly, this is the forum to discuss it. This is all the members instead of just a few members. We only had at the time 7 members on Democracy and Standards, although it's supposed to be being extended. To have only 7 members decide it surely is a disadvantage to having all the members. As I said before, I think this is a good amendment, and several people have said they agree with it. I don't see why we shouldn't be discussing it now and agreeing it now.
Well, that's not the point, is it, this motion?
Excuse me, I have a point of order. There were only 7, there's 7 on the committee. There were only 5 people that discussed this very, very important part. Clarification then, sorry.
Councillor Buckingham, please.
Thank you. I was just going to say, although we discussed the whole paper, no decision was made on this, which is what I think is the process that hasn't been followed. Thank you.
Councillor Harrington, please.
I just think, Chairman, that I believe in fairness, and I think this ought to be referred back. I think it should be looked at scrutiny. I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm not saying it's right, but we should be looking at this, because if you've got a ward with 3 members on it, one could be a Tory, one could be a Labour, one could be an independent. They might all talk in different ways. Therefore, I don't think this has been thought through. And I think it should go back, refer to scrutiny, let scrutiny have a look at it. I would second that all day long. Thank you.
Councillor Harrison, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Whilst I fully understand the reasons for this amendment and why it appears attractive, particularly when I'm in a mixed ward politically, and I can understand that there may be times when councillors might come to different opinions on a planning application. I think this all feels a bit messy that it's come to us in this way. However, ultimately, a change like this is going to come to full council. So if here in full council an opinion can be formed, although I think it's very messy that it's come as an amendment, I can understand that we can make that decision today. Sorry if that's badly put, but trying to express that I think we probably can make a decision on this here today, because it'll come to us ultimately to make that decision anyway.
Councillor Hakewell, please.
Thank you, Chairman. It is messy, and I think we all, and there's a groundswell of feeling that we should go that way. I would therefore like to suggest that we move to the vote on this amendment, and the amendment is to have 3 minutes for 3 councillors, so that we can then progress to further amendments, one of which seems to be gathering support in the room, is to refer this whole item back. And I once again make the point, the system is working now, this is supposed to improve it. If we approve this today, we will not be improving it. So I'd like to suggest we move to the vote on this.
No, we're not moving to the vote at this stage, Councillor. Thank you. We've got several other people who wish to speak. Councillor Andy Mercy, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I think that this is a very sensible proposal. I think that it's a pity it's come through this way, but full council is sovereign. In this room, every councillor gets a chance to talk about this and discuss it. If you refer it back to a committee of 5 or 7, only a tiny proportion of councillors are going to be discussing it. Then it will come back to full council and we'll say, we disagree with the committee, we override it, which is entirely our privilege. Therefore, we can and should make this decision here today.
Councillor McGee, please.
Thank you, Chair. Shall we just do away with the committee process and have full councils for everything then? That's what it sounds like we want to do. That's what it sounds like, Chair. And don't forget, Chair, there is a right to call in if we don't follow the process. That's in the Constitution. Of course, we can have a registered vote for it and get the real feeling about this. It makes sense to have a process that will follow. That's what the Constitution's for. That's what the committee system's for. If you don't want to do that, let's just have 10 full councils a year and do all the business in one day. That'll be long meetings. You will enjoy that. But Chair, we have got to follow what we set as a rule so that everybody understands it, including the public, and that's gone through the system. If we want to be a dictatorship and bring things here and amend them on the day, I'm sure we can do that. Any council here and every paper that comes forward can put forward an amendment. And if we want to play these silly games, that's what will happen. That doesn't do anyone any good. The public don't think much about us at the best of time, whether we like it or not. So let's follow the process and do it right.
Councillor Pengelly, please.
Yeah, Chair, I'm sure that Councillor Lawman brought this forward in the best possible taste, but I think we can see it is a little bit messy. And there is an option for it to be dropped, which I think is the best option to go forward, and the committee look at it again. If we believe in committees, if we believe in the APs and other things, and then the chair, without consulting with the committee, brings something new forward to the full council, it just doesn't look good. So I'd ask her to drop the amendment today, or if not, I agree that it's got to go to scrutiny. There is the option, drop it, and then look at it as your own committee going forward.
We just break there for a second. Paul would like to clarify.
There's been a lot of reference to scrutiny. This is not a scrutiny matter. This is something from the Democracy and Standards Committee, who are answerable not to the executive, not to scrutiny, to this council. So if a matter is to be referred back, it would have to go back to Democracy and Standards for them to work on it. I appreciate people are using the phrase scrutiny a lot, either big S or small s or whatever s, but it is not scrutiny. Can we remove that thought? The Democracy and Standards Committee is a committee set up by this council to look after its constitutional matters, but it doesn't have decision-making powers. It has to refer things back to this full council. Scrutiny is not an issue. Sorry, I just heard scrutiny so many times, I thought I'd better clarify for all members.
Councillor Lee Wilkes, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is the part of council that frustrates me the most. But I do think there's been just a whole load of misunderstanding here. So the substantive, I think everybody generally seems to be agreeing that the actual substantive motion, the proposal, is right. We are talking about an amendment. And yes, it looks to me to be messy, but the amendment is simply saying that instead of getting 1.6 minutes each, a ward councillor will get 3 minutes. Now, I don't believe if that was to go back to DNS, that members of DNS would vote anything other than, of course, it was a mistake that it looked like we were only going to get 1.6 minutes each. We should be getting 3. We are just delaying something for the sake of it. As to the reference that there might be different political parties representing a different ward, well, planning, for all the years that I've been on planning, it has never, ever been a political vote, ever. Actually, what happens is you go to those planning meetings and you represent the public and their views. And I think if we're representing the public and their views, we need the full 3 minutes. We can't go to the public and say, I'm sorry, I only had 1.6 minutes to get your points across, but that is because an error was made in the proposal, and members voted to actually delay it and take it back to DNS. And at DNS, they are going to vote for 3 minutes. Of course, why would anybody not? So we have to do what's right for the public. And yes, it's messy. Yes, it's a shame it wasn't picked up, and it is just slightly hard to understand, but we've got to clarify these things. So, Chairman, I think we are losing sight of what we're trying to do here, and that is we are trying to ensure that ward councillors can represent public opinion, and to do that, we have to have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Councillor Wendy, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Actually, what I was going to say is more or less has been said, really. I was just going to mention this was a decision by the Democracy and Standards Committee, and to refer it back, it would have to go back to there. Otherwise, why do we have why have a committee if we're not going to listen to what the committee says? And if something's going to be taken to scrutiny, it needs to add value to this council. And I was just going to point out that I think we're misunderstanding what the chairman of the Democracy and Standards Committee is trying to do here, just simplifying matters. So I'm happy with the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Prentice, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. To be honest, Councillor Wilkes just took 90% of what I wanted to say anyway. But I think it's an excellent amendment. I fully support it. I can see very few drawbacks to allowing increased time for councillors to speak at planning meetings. I think the point on the dictatorship's wholly unfair, given as we're literally about to vote on the matter. Thank you.
Councillor Howell, please.
Thank you, Chair. Ultimately, the feeling in the room seems to be that this is a very good idea, and I can't understand why we're debating as to which avenue we go down to make that decision. Surely, the last thing we want to do is delay making a decision just for the sake of it, which is what it seems to be here. Surely we're grown up enough to make a decision in this room and get on with the job at hand. Thank you.
Councillor David Brackenbury, please.
Thank you, Chair. At the beginning of this discussion, I suggested that this change be made as an alteration rather than as a formal amendment moved and seconded. Now, it's also the first time that I've ever heard that full council sitting here in session is described as a dictatorship. I don't know against whom we are dictating, but basically, I have not heard anybody in the room say that this proposed change is wrong. It might be, yeah, and I agree. I do agree with Councillor McGee and other speakers that it's messy, and B, that we should follow a proper process. I do suggest that it might be worth considering dropping the amendment, making it as an alteration to the substantive motion, and unless anybody disagrees with this, and then voting just once on the substantive motion. And if that has agreement in the room, then I think that might be a way out of this difficulty. Thank you.
Councillor Chrissy Smith-Haynes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Brackenbury has sort of touched on what I was going to say. I mean, whilst I agree with the changes that Councillor Lawman has put forward to this paper, it doesn't seem logical or due process for the chair of the committee that has prepared the paper, or in conjunction with officers, should be proposing an amendment. If it's her paper or that group's paper, then it should come to us as it is. However, what she said, I agree with. And my thought process is, can't we just agree this and put down lesson learned, because we've spent an awful lot deliberating about 4 minutes, potentially, not because of the 4 minutes, but because of the way it's come to council. So, for me, let's put it down as lesson learned.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, in my 18 years' experience on Wellingborough Borough Council, and I've spoken several times at various issues being discussed at planning, we've never ever had more than one ward councillor speaking, and I would have thought we all have different knowledge, different skills in different areas, and surely we can be grown up enough to decide who wants to actually represent the matter being discussed, and then you get the full 5 minutes. I know Councillor Jill Mercer said it's only 4 more minutes than 5, but it's nearly double, really. So I don't know quite why everybody feels they have to put their 2 pence in. Let's be grown up and decide who actually gets to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think that's Councillor Maxwell, please.
Well, I'd like to say before we actually came to Northamptonshire Council, only one ward member could actually speak. So having 3 at 3 minutes each makes 9 minutes. So it doesn't really matter. However, I think it's much fairer this way.
Thank you. When I get home and the ex-mayor of Kettering says, "How did you get on?" I'll say, "Well, it was all right until agenda item 15. And then things went downhill a bit. We have got an amendment in front of us, and we are going to vote for the amendment. No more speakers, please.
I would be interested in the monitoring officer, the democratic services officer, clarifying whether it is possible to make an alteration to the paper, as I've suggested a moment ago, as whether it is possible to change the speakers in the way that I outlined, rather than, and therefore, if that were possible, it would be up to the proposer of the amendment to consider withdrawing that amendment and then a vote being held on the substantive motion.
Okay. We do need to move to the vote very shortly because you may have noticed my alarm, and that means that the guillotine is coming up. So we do need to take a vote on the guillotine any minute. So in terms of that, you know, we are inserting a number of words. The Constitution says that if we are inserting words into the motion to that extent, it will be an amendment. We've got a mover, we've got a seconder, so we're now going to move to the vote on the amendment. Thank you. We've got to take that off the table.
Councillors, we will now vote on the amendment. All those in favour, please. All those against? All abstentions, please. That's passed. Thank you, councillors. The amendment. We now need a mover and seconder for the guillotine. Councillor Harrison. Councillor Howell. Sorry? Vote. We will now vote on the guillotine. All those in favour? For not having the guillotine. All those against? That's carried. Thank you. So I think
that Councillor Hake's next.
Councillor Hake, you wish to speak, please. On the substantive motion.
No, I wish to move. I wish to move, as I said earlier, that this item be referred back to the Democracy and Standards Committee to, quote, small s, scrutinise the actions that are in this particular report. We've just had, Chairman, I'll speak straight away, we've just had a very informed debate about one aspect that, in fairness, wasn't quite right. So we've changed that, and that's fair enough. But when you look through the whole report, there are a number of other issues which I don't think are either workable or fit for purpose for the future of planning. I would say, first of all, that when you look at 2.5, when there's significant demand for public speaking on a proposal, more than one speaker for and against proposal may be permitted. There's some irony in just one speaker during this week's event, but anyway, the difficulty is that if you have a number of people speaking, for example, we had a very big application on Weekly Wood, the people who wish to speak have to identify that they want to do that about 12 noon the day before, and it's very difficult for them to then be able to get together and say there are 10 of us feel passionately, but only one of us can speak. So I think that needs some process improvement to be able to understand how those residents in a situation for or against might do that. The ward councillor one, that's absolutely fine. That's exactly what I wrote earlier in the week I felt should happen. Moving on from that, and I just take the point about different wards, it's not about politics necessarily, but it's about three councillors could have three completely different views on an application. And it is difficult, and I find that in my own ward, being a single with two other councillors, often to get the communication running. Disappointing, but it does happen in that way. The other aspect of this is that at no point during the democracy and standards can I see where town and parish councils were consulted or brought into this particular process. And the reason I say that, and many of us do have town and parish councillors, Chairman, is that the 21 days for a ward councillor or a parish to make a comment forward is too short, because many parishes don't have meetings, often only 2 monthly. So I would like that also, some consultation with parish councils who I think, if we prove this today, would have no knowledge of it whatsoever. And they are our big consultees. And remember, these are big towns as well, Kettering, Corby and Wellingborough. So I do believe that we should refer this back to democracy and standards, look at it again, come back with it, on the understanding that for the last 9 months, rickety or messy or whatever, the previous system has worked. So I would like to formally move that this is referred back. Very happy with the motion that just went through, 9 minutes, 3 for each. So I so move, and that would be my comments on moving it back, get it to democracy and standards, and get town and parish councils involved in what we're about to do. Thank you. Well, I so move.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm sure you'll seek a seconder in a minute. So just to be clear, this isn't an amendment to the substantive motion. This is a motion which may be moved during debate under paragraph 18 of the meeting procedure rules without notice, and that is to refer a matter back to Council Executive, a committee or subcommittee for consideration or reconsideration. So we would debate that motion once you've seconded, and we would take a vote on that motion. If it was to pass, then it would be referred back. If it was to fail, then we would move back to the substantive motion and debating on that, just for clarification, Chair.
I forgot to say that. Well done.
So he needs a seconder. Yeah. Do you have a seconder for that, Councillor?
I'll be very happy to second. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Fedorovich. Would anybody like to speak to this, please? Councillor Andy Mercer.
Thank you, Chairman. I do not think we should send this back to a small group of people to override the decision of the full council. And when they do make their decision, what they'll actually do in law is make a recommendation, which sends it back to us for once again, for us to discuss and make a decision on the same thing. So it goes round in a circle, back to this same chamber, this same group of people. Why on earth would we do that? We're here now today. We can make the decision today.
What? No, what? What? Councillor, what? Oh, yeah. Councillor Brackenbury, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. We're now on this motion. I think that the paper is perfectly satisfactory. I do not believe that there is any dissentient voice in the room who is suggesting that a ward councillor individual ward councillors may not speak for 3 minutes. And therefore I suggest that we vote against this motion put forward by Councillor Hakewell. Thank you.
Councillor Kevin Watt, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've raised this with the planning in Corby about the 21 days and parish councils being out of sync with applications, and their clear guidance back to parish clerks is that if they have not a meeting scheduled in that time, then they just write to the planning officer and they will delay the decision.
Councillor David Jenny, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I've been a town councillor on the Planning Advisory Committee at Rushton for the last 15 years, a place where Councillor Hakewell obviously is forgotten as a town. There is a weakness as far as planning is concerned in the relationship with the town councils, because there is always a significant pressure to get the responses back, probably before many of the other consultees have come in, and therefore town council comments are not as clued up as those that go to and attend the particular planning meetings of this council. The concern that about number of speakers is severe, because I'm aware of one application which is coming up in my ward at some time, don't know when, but he's been floating around for the last 3 or 4 years. But it will come eventually, and there will be a lot of people wanting to speak. And that will be covered off by 2.5, which says at the discretion of the committee chair. Now, I actually have a fair amount of faith in the committee chairs of these particular five committees. So let them do their job and we'll get on and we'll make the system work. But the system is tight and we have to improve the system, and that's why the PAS consultation and advisory committee that's coming in will be quite significant. And it may be that coming out of that, this may change. So as it stands at the moment, I'll be supporting it with the thought that there are methods of improving it.
Thank you. Councillor Tubbs, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say that the committee was actually split on this, and so it wasn't black and white, and the chair had the swing vote, so I think it is something that should be definitely looked at again. Thank you.
Councillor Bindley, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I do fully understand what members are saying with regards to process today, and I'm a stickler for following process. But forgive my ignorance as a new councillor, I might be missing something here, Chair, but surely Councillor Mercer is absolutely spot on. Committees are there to advise and make suggestions or to act upon delegated authority given to them by full council. So I don't see the point in it going back round to committee for it to come back here for us to discuss and debate it as we are doing today. Surely that's just a complete load of extra bureaucracy that we don't need. This is a democratic full council and is the decision maker on that piece. So I just don't understand why giving it more airtime with a small select few number of councillors at a committee is better than it being before all councillors at full council for it to be debated as we have done now. And I think it's had more airtime than it ever would at that committee. So I can't support this. We need to just push this through if that is what members decide is the right thing. And by the sounds of the room, it is. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Graham Lorman.
Thank you, Chairman. This reference back, if I call it that, is completely unnecessary. I'm sure that the committee are regularly looking at all the items of the Constitution, including this anyway. And of course, as has been mentioned, we've got the PAS coming in, and they will advise, and it's pointless keeping changing it. As to the 21-day item, I know that we've given advice to our town clerk in Wellingborough that if anything goes over the 21 days, she merely writes in and asks for extension. And I've never, ever seen it denied. In my years on the planning committee at Wellingborough, many parish councils found the same problem, and they were always able to put their submission in at any stage. Indeed, we've even put a system in where the chairman on the small ones has delegated power to write the response. So this motion is completely unnecessary and should be denied.
Councillor Laura Lorman, please.
Thank you, Chairman. A lot of matters being thrown here, I feel, at the committee. First of all, on the 8th of February, I was unfortunately ill with COVID. That is not the reason why I'm asking for this amendment, and I want to make that perfectly clear. My reason is, when you look on page 141, and you look at 2.2 at the bottom, and it reads, in inverted commas, 2.6, amend 2 ward councillors to 3 ward councillors. If you then reference that to page 148 to 2.6, do you find any information there on the word of 2 councillors or 3 councillors? I don't. I then looked at the agenda of the committee and also at the minutes. They didn't give me further information either. It is the inaccuracy of some of the work, and I've genuinely have been trying to align it in my own way to ensure that ward councillors, who will also be the spokespersons for parish representatives, possibly, for members of the public, because I'm painfully aware from the Constitution Working Group meetings and the representations from members that they want to be heard, and that if you have more people than 1 for, 1 against, that people must be heard. It is a conduit if members' time as ward councillors is increased to 3 minutes. It's a conduit for the members of the public to actually approach their ward councillors and work with them. It is no other reason. It is neither political nor sloppiness or anything of the sort. And I hope that you will be able to support me.
Last speaker, Councillor Leanne Buckingham, please.
Thank you so much, Chair. I too am a new councillor, so I'm getting to grips with what rules and processes are. So thank you very much. If it is as Councillor Binley was saying, you know, as long as the full council is making the rules, it should be fine. I wonder if there's any point in having a committee. You know, do we even need them if we can just do the work here? Maybe we could just do the work here always. It does seem like we're twisting the Constitution, but as long as we get the right answer, or the answer some of us want, then that will be okay. I do agree we need more representation at these meetings and we need to have more time to hear people speak. But if there is a process, although I don't understand it, we should be following it. So I think we should be taking this back to committee.
Thank you. I said last speaker, but I was told at that stage Jill Mercer was in the pot. So please go ahead.
Yeah, I was in the pot the last time round. You didn't let me speak.
Sorry?
Yeah. See, this is where we're at 1 rule for one and 1 rule for the other, aren't we? And this is clear that with what we're debating here.
I can't even see who's speaking.
I just thought I'd let you. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see him. Councillor Mercer, please.
Chairman, I did have my hand up quite a while ago. Thank you very much for calling me. As I'm rather confused about this one because I'm not quite sure what is being proposed to take back. Now, this recommendation is in 2 parts. Now, I'd like to refer to part 3.1b, the revised delegation scheme. I've been trying to get that sorted out since last August. It took ages to get it to the consultation working group. We then had to take it, we were then advised to defer it to the next consultation working group. We were then had to take it to the Democracy and Standards in February, and then it had to wait another couple of months to come to this council meeting because the other one in between was the budget. So we have been waiting since it went to Constitution Working Group for 5 months. And then we haven't even discussed that item. Nobody has mentioned it at all. I think that to send this back would be a wholly retrograde step. We need to get on and do things because we're going round and round in circles. If anyone wants to discuss the substantive item, I think they should be doing it and saying whether they agree or disagree to any of them. But we certainly shouldn't be discussing whether we send it back to a committee, as has been said by many people, of a few people, when we've got everybody here.
Thank you. Councillor Riley, was there something you wanted to say in the proper manner by raising your hand?
Hello, sir. Thank you. No, I'm okay now, but thanks for that offer.
Councillor Hakewell, you have the right to reply. Thank you.
Through you, Chairman, does Councillor Federich having the right to come back later as a seconder?
Otherwise, I would have spoken at the start.
Sorry?
You should have said at the time.
That you reserved the right to come back?
Yes, I did. Actually, that wasn't really an option. I was just moved straight on. So I assumed I'd have the right, reserve the right to speak.
Well, if you will take it that you did, but Councillor Hakewell, what would you like to say first?
No, I'd like to finish, as is my right at the end. So, Councillor Federich.
Okay, Councillor Federich then, please.
Thank you very much. I mean, as I was at the committee, I would like to speak on this. It really doesn't give me joy sending anything back. I already think that sometimes the council can move slow enough as it is, but we really do need the right amount of eyes on this. When we had the actual working groups, the committees, they were not well attended. For such an important issue, this does need the right amount of eyes on it, and this does need the care and attention. And also, it does need a variety of different people, not just those that sit on planning committees, because we had the people who voted for this were like chairing or on planning committees themselves. So actually having a diverse range of opinion on there, that was actually something that we're kind of missing. And I think, as Sarah mentioned, that the actual committee that voted this through was swung through on the chair's casting vote. So when this actually was proposed, it wasn't, people weren't agreed on it. There are quite a lot of things within this that are not quite ironed out yet. And to have this come to full council, we haven't had a chance to fully discuss it because we haven't been able to get into the detail in full council, which is what these subcommittees are for. So yes, the main things that haven't been raised and that we cannot discuss at full council because it's too long is the fact that we were trying to safeguard, or the concerns were that the public is not safeguarded by this proposal. This is all there is one speaker for and against a proposal for the public, and that is something that we challenged, or that and should be challenged as well, but that's purely at the chair's discretion in this proposal, which is something that I have personally seen not work, and there are some severe concerns about that. And what was discussed around that was also the fact that the data was brought forward about how many speakers actually come to planning meetings. There is about an average of one speaker per planning meeting. That's 3 minutes that we're adding. So I actually proposed on the day that we add another speaker for and against. So that would be another 3 minutes. So that's actually a lot less than what we just already voted through and on an off-the-cuff amendment. So the fact that we can't actually have an open discussion about that and we didn't come to some sort of reasonable agreement there, I think is a little bit concerning. And that's also why I think we should be properly discussing that. And yes, so obviously this sort of the data, but ultimately there's a lot of other sub-parts of this that I think need a lot more discussion and people have raised, but yeah, if we vote this through today, we are just completely ignoring all of those things. And as Jim has sort of said, we're trying to make things better. And actually this doesn't. This leaves it, once again, at sort of an ambiguous chair's discretion. So, thank you.
Thank you. Could you please refrain from speaking while somebody is speaking, please? Councillor Hakewell.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for allowing me to come back, as is the rule. Councillor Mercer says we're going round in circles. Well, I would suggest if we do this sensibly and we do agree today and refer it back, we'll come out of that circle in a different point than we did before. So that works. Councillor Brackenbury said it's satisfactory. not good, excellent, but satisfactory. We've already approved the 3 minutes, and I cannot see that part of our debate today coming back to the democracy and standards, because we've approved it. It would be, as others have said, ridiculous in that way. Councillor Jenny, yes, lots of towns. If you want me to name them all, I can do. But what I was particularly thinking was the 3 main towns that have just got new parishes as well. So I'll leave you, Chairman, to allow me to continue, even if I'm wrong. The discretion of the Chairman on the issue of a significantly controversial application just doesn't work. If 20 people want to speak, they have to get that in by noon the day before. When is the Chairman going to tell them that they do or don't need the night before to write up what they want to say before they get there at 7 o'clock the following day? 20 people could write 3 minutes and be told, I'm sorry, I'm the Chairman. It doesn't work. It's non-functional. We need a system to be able to allow people to get together, if there's more than 1 or 2, before the night. And it can't be relied on just from the Chairman's point of view to say, unlike this week, perhaps everybody can speak. It needs to be better than that. Councillor Tubbs made the point of the casting vote on this. It was no great landslide at Democracy and Standards. Councillor Binley says if full council disagrees, well, of course we can disagree with the result of a committee, because we are a different entity when we speak in that way. But we've already got one part of it through, that's fine. The town and parish councils that so many already talk about have not had 1 inch of consultation in this process at all. And if we pass this today and go to our town and parish councils and say, actually, it's 1 and 1 for that most contentious application, I think they might rightly say, well, why did no one consult us on that? And I think that's perfectly reasonable. Councillor Graham Lawrence says it's not necessary to change it. I disagree, obviously. Laura Lawman, 2 ward councillors to 3 ward councillors. The only reason that is there is because the Constitution failed to recognise that we had 3 ward councillors, and that's just a piece of typography. It's not anything to do with who can speak. The 21 days for which a councillor can actually ask for an application to go to committee, many times in my experience over the years, you find an objection comes up more than 21 days, and I'd like that to be reviewed as well. People look at it, look at the signpost on a lamppost, whatever it is, and come up and ring us. That is too short on the 21 days. I thank Councillor Riley for getting his chance to speak. That's good. Councillor Mercer talks about Jill Mercer talks about the working group. We don't need a working group. It can go straight to Democracy and Standards. We don't need a tiny working group.
Time to wind up, Councillor, please.
Which I'm finishing. Councillor Federich spoke very eloquently about the working group and her experience of it. So I do continue to move. I think any sensible person in this room would say, give it another chew over. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to the vote, councillors. Those for.
Are we going to record it?
Well, just a minute.
Recorded.
Yeah, sorry. Well, Chair. Yeah, you're voting on Councillor Hakewell's motion to defer it back to Democracy and Standards Committee. That's all you're voting on at this stage.
All those for. For.
John.
Thank you. All those against.
We ought to record.
Yeah.
Abstentions,
Can we record?
Please.
Too late.
Councillors, that motion has fallen. Thank you.
Well,
we will now vote on the substantive motion. We can debate this if you want to, but I think it's been debated pretty well. All those in favour of the substantive motion? The substantive motion.
Record this one.
All those against?
Mr. Mayor, recorded vote.
Too late. All abstentions, please. Couple? That is carried. Councillors, by the power invested in me, there will now be a 5-minute break so the chairman can visit the loo and anybody else. And then we'll move on. Thank you. You may have seen that certain members have moved to the edge of the row, probably not in their own seats unless they took their cards with them. It's because there's further meetings taking place at Kettering and they vow that they're going to get out of here at 6 o'clock because they want to eat before they get over there. So if you see suddenly half a dozen people running out the door, don't panic, unless you hear the fire alarm. Right, agenda item 16, the capital programme update. Settle down, please. Please may I see Councillor Lloyd Bundy to present and move this report.
Thank you, Chair. On the 17th of March, the Executive were asked to approve several capital items. Of these, there were 2 items of borrowing which required full council approval. Firstly, the Kettering Alfred East Art Galleries, Libraries and Museum project requires an uplift in contingency by some £75,000. This is to ensure that the project is completed within the grant funding timeline. Whilst the majority of the project remains on track, there are some design coordination issues on site which are increasing costs. And secondly, the council approval is requested to fund procurement of a new revenue and benefit system to unify the whole of Northants Council, to improve service efficiency, reporting and consistency of practice. There are also a number of items that require council approval because they involve changes to the council capital programme in excess of £500,000 each. These are funding for the purchase of equipment to facilitate the bringing in-house of services offered by Wellingborough North, to increase the budget by £504,000 for Kettering High Street Heritage Action Zone, which will be funded, additional grant funding from Historic England. And then finally, 2 items relating to funding from the Department of Transport. Firstly, an increase to the capital programme for 22-23 of some £9.955 million, and then an amendment to the capital pool for 2023 to 2025 to reflect the indicative funding, again, from the Department of Transport going forward. I'm happy to propose the recommendation of paragraph 3 of this report, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Would any councillor wish to second this item? Councillor Graham Lawman.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'd like to second it if that's all right. I welcome the report and all the contents, particularly the £630,000 budget for procuring Norse equipment. But actually, we are confident that not all will be required, as we've been able to lease many of the vehicles and equipment for tomorrow, when the Norse service transfers. It's important that we have the right equipment that operators know how to use for them in order to continue to provide the service. I also welcome the government's announcement of funding, and especially certainty for 3 years, in the Potholes Fund, the LTP Maintenance and the LTP Integrated Transport Funds, especially as we move to a new highways contract later in the year and give them some certainty. So I second the motion.
Thank you, councillors. Those that want to leave, I'd look out the window if I were you.
It's not something you call in Kettering.
Oh my goodness. Would anybody like to speak to? Would anybody like to speak to this, please? Councillor Brackenbury.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just very quickly to welcome the report and indeed the highways issues, but also to just point out that the Kettering Alfred East Art Gallery, Library and Museum project is going to be terrific. It's a £4 million project. There is a small cost contingency addition, which may not all be spent, that we're being asked to look at today of £75,000. But I just give reassurance to members that this is a very small percentage of the project, and when it's finished, it will play a considerable part in the regeneration works which are going on in Kettering, both in terms of the cornerstone or what was GLAM project, and in terms of the Kettering Heritage Action Zone. So it's a very good news story. Thank you.
Thank you. As 1 or 2 in Kettering are hoping you'll get it finished by September or October.
Depends on the weather, Chair.
Would anybody else like to speak to this motion, please? Right, we'll move to the vote. All those in favour, please. All those against? Abstentions? You've got a full house, Lloyd. Well done. Agenda item 17, motion on notices. Thank you, councillors. We have a motion on notice as printed on your agenda papers. Please note I expect all contributions to be concise, and please respect the time limits that apply. A mover of a motion has up to 5 minutes maximum. All other contributions are 3 minutes maximum. Thank you. Please may I seek Councillor Binley to move the motion, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll certainly try to keep it under the 5 minutes, and I'll try not to upset the opposition on this occasion. The UK throws away approximately 9.5 million tonnes of food waste every year. I feel that much of this is wholly unnecessary, and much of this food could be used or put to better use. As some councillors in this chamber may recall, we attended a scrutiny conference back in October at Wicksteed Park. This is not meant as a criticism in any stretch of the imagination of Wicksteed Park, but it does form the basis of this motion. Food was provided due to the length of that conference, and there was much left over. However, despite mine and officers' best efforts to secure this excess food, and also working cross-party, I hasten to add, to no avail, we were not able to secure this food to be used at another venue, i.e. a food shelter in Wellingborough, and the food was actually placed in general waste. Now, I, along with the other councillors that were there and dealing with the situation, were just disappointed with the venue for not allowing this food to be taken away, to put it to better use, or for allowing it to go to something else other than just going in general waste. The key purpose of this motion, Chair, is to get organisations just such as Wicksteed Park thinking about their food waste. Therefore, I propose the motion as follows: that Northamptonshire Council recognises the importance of being a responsible organisation when it comes to food waste. As such, the Council will only hold meetings, training and other forms of off-site events at venues where the sites have a sustainable food waste policy to minimise food going to landfill. A policy, whether written or verbally agreed with the council prior to any booking made, that food waste, wherever possible, will be donated to food banks, homeless shelters or other various outside organisations and not put into general waste. I commit the motion, Chair, and reserve the right to speak at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, may I see Councillor Scott Brown to second the motion, please.
I'm happy to second the motion. No further comment at this time.
Councillor, sorry. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. I had a quick glance at this motion, Chair, and my goodness, I thought I was going to agree with Councillor Binley for a few seconds. Until I got to the last three lines. Wherever possible, waste food to be donated to food banks, etc. I fear there's a health and hygiene issue here of sending opened food off to food banks, shelters, etc. I was in attendance at that day at Wicksteed, and it was an excellent lunch we had. And there was a lot of food left over, which is pretty shameful. Perhaps Wicksteed should have measured it out a wee bit better. But my concern anyway, Chair, and the reason I oppose this, is that if a recipient of waste food were to take ill, then it could possibly land us in some trouble. That's all, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Chrissy Smith-Haynes, please.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the last speaker, although I do wholeheartedly support this motion. When I joined Kettering Borough Council in 2003, I made similar comments about the food that was supplied then. In those days, we used to get sandwiches at the beginning of the meetings and etc. And I'm pleased to say that a lot of that's been cut out because it was wasted. But at the time, I spoke with officers and said, look, we've got people sleeping on the streets outside. Can't we just take these sandwiches out to them? And the comment was, no, because it's a food hygiene issue. If it's been out of refrigeration for more than 20 minutes, then there is a risk of issues such as salmonella. And, for us to give food out that's been out for more than 20 minutes, we're opening ourselves up to compensation claims. My second point would be that having had family members that have either worked as school dinner servers or as waitresses, etc., in restaurants, a lot of what we consider food waste is taken by those staff members at their own risk. So I'm wondering whether we actually have as much waste as Councillor Binley thought we had. Either way, it's a good idea for us to put towards whoever we are procuring, sorry about that, to make them aware that we need to be very focused on waste reduction. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wendy Brackenbury, please.
Thank you, Chair. I fully support the sentiments in this motion, but I do have concerns regarding food left out that's not at a controlled temperature. I know there are regulations, although they're not prescriptive. Buffet-style food would normally be kept at a controlled temperature until it's ready to be consumed. And any food that couldn't be consumed, that could harbour bacteria growth, I don't think would be safe to pass on after that any length of time. I know a lot of food that's collected from retail sites actually are collected from, they've been kept at a controlled temperature until they're collected. So I fully support the sentiments, but I don't think we could stipulate that all food that is considered waste could be given out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McGee, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd firstly like to start by saying I have never seen any food, and if I had, there wouldn't be much left after. But I'll go on to say my intentions would never be to upset Councillor Bingley. I think that's for the other Councillor McGee to do that. And I completely agree with this motion. What I will say is we all know that there are children and young people and families out there that are starving in this county and in this country. But what I do fear is that we should probably just be doing something like this anyway. I don't necessarily think it needed this level of discussion. I share Councillor Bingley's frustration on bureaucracy and paper pushing. And to that I say, I give you an example of that. My first words that came into her head was, it's just a little bit fluffy. But despite that, the sentiments are there, and I will, of course, support this motion. And sorry if I pushed in front of you in the queue.
Well, we'd better have the other McGee as well then, please.
Thank you, Chair. We'll let the youngsters go before the old ones nowadays, so it's only fair. Chair, that is a bit of a real emotion, but the words waste food, take the waste out of that perhaps, and we can all fully support that. I'm sure we don't want to give waste food to anybody. We want to give them food that's edible, secure, safe. So maybe if we take that out there, it'll be a very easy one to support. Chair, and let's, while we're here, take notice of the organisations that are providing food. Chair, during the last 2 years, I've been out driving round with Soy, delivering food all over Corby and Kettering to people that really need it. So we should celebrate the organisations that have gave us food, like Morrison's and Corbett have gave a lot to the Kingswood Food Centre, and we should be showing how much we appreciate that. But I just want to ask Councillor Binley, I don't know what meetings he goes to with food. I think we've had it once since I've been here. But we're in opposition, what do we know? We don't know what happens there. But it's a good motion. Take the words of waste out of there, and then we've got something we can all get behind.
Councillor Jean Addison, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to echo what our colleagues have said here. I fully understand the sentiment behind this, but I do have concerns about food hygiene, and I think environmental health may also have some comments to make on that. If it was tidied up a bit, I could support it, but not as it stands at this moment.
I got an identity issue over here because an arm went up. It was either, oh, both arms. Oh, okay. Mark Pengelly first, please.
The sentiments of this are good, and we've heard everybody say it seems a good idea, but it's legalities, and it's not only the fact that some of the food could be off that we're being told, there's food allergies as well. And when we put the tenders out for somebody to provide food for us, and say there was a little buffet out there, the price is going to go up for us, and we're talking about costs, Councillor Binley, because we're now asking for the contractors who don't normally come back to clear up at the end of an event. So that's going to come back as well. Have we got waste food bins in this building? Do we have bins where we can separate plastics? Because I think all our waste downstairs goes into one big Euro bin, and that's what we've got to start looking at. What do we do with waste in all our council buildings? And right now they go into Euro bins and they go to wherever. So that's what we've got to look at. It's a difficult one, but right now I want to know what the legals are. We've got Adele here. What's the legalities with this? Can we do it? Can we send food out and not be challenged if something goes wrong? That's what we'd like to know, because we have to make a correct legal decision on this. Thank you.
Through you, Chair. So this is about the venue. So they need to make sure that they are checking that, because the responsibility will be on them. Now, the motion does say that it will be wherever possible will be donated. So if it doesn't comply with any legality, if there's any issues with food hygiene, then they would have to, be in compliance with that, and they wouldn't be able to do it. So I think that's a nuance in the motion that makes it lawful, and obviously it is the responsibility of those organisations that we procure with.
Councillor Maxwell, please.
Whilst I actually support this motion, I also feel that from a hygiene point of view, we don't know how long this food has been sitting there out of temperature control. And someone who's actually had food poisoning quite severely, I wouldn't want somebody else to get it either. So I think whatever happens, I think that if this food issue, I think it has to be properly organised. I cook every week for footballers, and I'd have to make sure myself that they are protected as well. So I do think that it's a good thing, but it has to be properly controlled.
Councillor Smithers, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I get this motion completely. I think it's more about making us aware as a council of our social responsibility to procure food companies when we have events that have a social responsibility to dispose of their food and to not over provide food. And I think that was probably the crux of this whole thing. So it is capable, so the amount of food that we get is eligible to the amount of guests that are being fed. I think, in order to get absolute cross-party support on this, and the word food waste, maybe we could change that to surplus rather than waste, which I would assume our colleagues would be quite supportive of.
Chair, through you, it would have to be with the agreement of the mover of the motion and the seconder.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Binley. Councillor Irwin, please, wherever you are. Oh, there you are. Yeah, please.
Yes, I was at the I was at that event that Councillor Binley mentioned, and it was very frustrating and indeed embarrassing to see so much food that we knew was just going to be thrown away. But just to underline what the monitoring officer just said a few moments ago, it does say wherever possible. I don't think there's any risk of us promoting food poisoning. If food has been left out for more than the requisite statutory length of time, then it's not possible to do that, and that's perfectly understandable. No one is saying that that food that's gone bad has to be given in that way. Absolutely not. That's why it says wherever possible. I think it's a great motion. Thank you.
If anybody's got any Chinese left tonight, can you drop it round one of the gardens? Councillor Edwards, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, no, fully support this motion. I think there is far too much food waste that's going in the bins these days. And in relation to the legality of it, a lot of the national companies actually have these policies now. And I know places like Greggs, Marks and Spencer's, Pizza Hut, Starbucks, they actually give all their food away at the end of the day. So they would be following the legality of that.
Councillor Watts, please.
Yeah, I agree with this, the sentiment of this, and I think it is sentiment because actually the policing of this, how do we check whether these organisations are doing this? I recall the food that was in question that was thrown away was actually bacon, and it had been out for an excessive amount of time. But it just seemed under some more administration for our officers to do when booking facilities, and sort of agree with Councillor Pengelly's comments about the cost element of it. We could be going increased cost rather than the best cost for the council.
Councillor Pentland, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm supportive of this motion with the clarification from the monitoring officer, which I think was helpful. Another benefit, I think, of having this approach is the climate and environment impact, and I think that's in line with the work that this council is trying to do. I would be supportive of changing the word to surplus as well, as I think that better clarifies what we're trying to do here with this.
Councillor Riley, please.
Yeah, hi, Chair. Thank you very much. I'm getting a bit hungry, all this talk of food. Now, as much as I think the motion, there's intent there, I do think it's a headline motion. And what I would like to see is, I've been to a few council meetings now, and I went to the one at Westglebe, and yes, there was a little bit of food laid on, but we sat in the chamber one night for about 8 hours, and there was no food. So I'm quite happy to go without food for long periods of time. So any money that's been put aside for food throughout the council year would probably be better use of how we sort of deal with this. So we could agree not to have food at any of our functions, and the money that's been put aside could be donated to the food banks. I think that would be better use of this motion rather than coming up with something that's really not going to happen.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else, please?
So, can I just check if that's an amendment?
Councillor Riley, is that an amendment? And if so, do you have a seconder? Councillor Riley.
Yeah, hi. No need to shout. Thank you, sir. Yes, I would like to put that to the chamber, please. That we don't have food at any of our functions, and we donate any money that's been put aside for food to the local food banks, then we wouldn't need to be putting this motion through.
Is there a seconder to that, please?
Yeah, I'm happy to second that.
Thank you. Is there anybody else?
So just
Councillor Smith-Haynes.
I'd like to speak against the amendment, if that's okay, Chair. Purely and simply because being good hosts when we have multi-agency meetings, I think we have sort of a duty to be a good host. So yes, if we're in the council chamber as we are today, officers and councillors together, we've already got it that we don't have food anymore, not like in the olden days like we did. So we've already, you know, in that respect, the amendment's pointless. In the first respect, I feel we have a duty to show other agencies good manners and be good hosts if we have multi-agency meetings.
Can I do a point of order, Chair?
Sorry?
Could I, a point of order, Chair? It seems to me the amendment is making a completely different motion. Is that allowed?
Yeah, I think that it's the add-on of it. So I suppose that they want to add it onto it rather than take it away from it. So are you, Councillor Riley, asking that it's adding into this, that we would also have that? Or are you asking that this motion is negated and then we have a different motion?
Yeah, I'm happy for that to be added.
Well, can that even be done, Chair? This is adding something substantially different to the drift of the original motion. I don't think we can allow that.
Wait a minute. Wait. Sorry. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, to be fair, I do think that it is adding something substantially different to that which was in the notice for this meeting. So I would politely request that Councillor Riley bring it to another meeting as a motion if he wants to put that forward.
Yeah, can I come back on that, Chair?
Who's speaking?
Over here, Chair.
Councillor Riley, go on.
Yeah, I think the attention that I brought to this motion is being made, so I'm happy to withdraw that and bring it to the next full council meeting.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Griffiths, please.
Thank you, Chairman. And we at Wellingborough, for many years, ceased having food for meetings. In fact, I remember the leader coming to Wellingborough on a number of occasions and probably being offered a cup of tea or a glass of water and no biscuit to go with it. In fact, he even joked one night we didn't even put the heating on for him. No, seriously, I think this is a motion with good intention. And with that amended wording, let's go to the vote, Chairman, and move on.
I've got Councillor Howell, Councillor Hakewill, Councillor McGee, Councillor Griffiths we've had, and then we'll call it a day and go to the vote. Councillor Howell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I do support this motion. I think with the change to surplus, it is the right way to go. This is about the organisations that we use, that we sort of commission to do our training and such, that they take responsibility for their food waste. They are responsible. Any food hygiene issues or anything like that, allergies, it is their responsibility. And I know that as I have a training company who deal with food hygiene training, allergen awareness and everything to do with food and the hospitality sector. So I'm speaking as somebody who knows what I'm talking about. The other point I make is that we don't just have council meetings here. I mean, I've not been to a council meeting here where there's been food provided, so I don't think we're changing anything that we're doing already. However, we do have outside events. We do provide food and hospitality for other things. I mean, there was one last Saturday for the Shape Dance event here in Corby, and food was provided. Are we going to, with this proposed new motion that might come to council again, are we going to say that we won't be celebrating things that go on in Northamptonshire and providing any sort of food for all those people who do all those good services throughout our area? I think that needs to be taken into account when we're considering this, because that would be a Northamptonshire event. And, you know, we should be providing those sorts of services and supporting those people who go above and beyond in our area. So I think all of that needs to be taken into consideration when we're thinking about that, rather than just something straight off the cuff that hasn't been thought through. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We've got a couple of speakers to go. Councillor Hakewill.
I've been sitting here thinking that I needed to declare an interest in this. At Rothwell, we have an anaerobic digester, which takes most of the county's food waste. So where the motion says going to landfill, it could also needs really to say or anaerobic digestion plants in that way. My feeling is, and it's far too late in the day, but if it's stopped at landfill, that would be the most sensible way forward that everyone in the room and everything anyone said, take away a policy, whether written, blah, blah, blah. Basically, you are saying that we're not going to deal with someone who can't show us a policy. So if it just stopped at landfill or anaerobic digestion, QED, it's all done, and there's no problem, no need to go further if the proposer would remove that element of it. Everything we've said, Chairman, is solved then.
Councillor McGee, are you still out there? Last speaker.
Thank you. I don't want to talk for the sake of talking, so I'll just say that I think we've missed an opportunity to do something that we could have all been really proud of just then. So, thank you.
Councillor Binley, would you like to come back?
Thank you, Chair. I really wasn't expecting it to be this controversial or go on this long. Thanks to the monitoring officer for her points of clarification, and she's absolutely spot on with what she stated. Just so that there's absolutely no confusion whatsoever, this is not about Northamptonshire serving food. This is about outside venues. It's hence why any liability would not fall upon Northamptonshire Council. It would be the outside venues who have liability and responsibility. And as Councillor Howe has rightly mentioned, of course, she's covered that point. And of course, if food was not fit for human consumption, as it has been mentioned as well, it does specifically state the words wherever possible. It doesn't state it must. There's no absolute there. And of course, wherever possible means that it has to be reasonable and they have to follow their own food hygiene policies and the council's food hygiene policies. I think also to a degree, people hide behind terminology such as food hygiene and health and safety. People quote health and safety all the time. And as a qualified health and safety professional, I can tell you that people use that terminology far too often when actually it isn't health and safety legislation. I also hasten to add, because somebody made a comment about the food that was left out at this venue in question. It was left out for more than 20 minutes for us, and we were still allowed to consume it. So if there's any risk, then we were all at jeopardy of that. I welcome Councillor McGee's comments. He's absolutely right. This is why this motion's come forward, because I work with a number of local food banks in my area in Queensway. For example, the Swedish Kitchen actually donate to them. Of course, they're a hot food venue, so we know that it can be done. And I know that another member kindly mentioned that with regards to other organisations. This is all about trying to get organisations to start thinking. And it's outside organisations to start thinking about things. I've had dealings with outside organisations, nothing to do with council work, but previous employers where they throw food out, where they've done lunches, they've bought pizzas in, and so much of it has just gone in the black bin. Councillor Hakewell rightly mentions with regards to the other methods of disposal, of course it doesn't have to go to human consumption, which is why, again, the motion specifically states or other various outside organisations. That an outside organisation could include that. So, sorry, Chair, I will finish up now. So, as a result, I am happy to modify the word from waste to surplus and commit this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, you've heard Councillor Binley's motion. Hang on. All those who are for, please. Anybody against? One against? Any abstentions? One abstention? That is carried, councillors. Right, Councillor, I mentioned earlier the urgent items. Following the executive meeting earlier this week, councillors requested to consider a environment request. This is detailed on the sheet circulated. Please may I see Councillor Bundy to move this motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to be brief. Earlier this week, the executive met to consider the funding model for the 4 maintained nurseries within Northamptonshire. Although the Department of Education encourages councils to allocate grant funding on a participation basis, Northamptonshire County Council clearly did not. As a consequence, executive had to make a very difficult decision in moving to a participation model. In making their decision, they recognised that one of the 4 nurseries would experience a significant reduction in funding. Executive therefore decided to recommend to the council that a one-off grant be made to the nurseries subject to a separate grant agreement with each establishment. The allocation of these funds will be £350,000 to Pen Green and £100,000 to the remaining 3 each. As part of the budget setting process in February 2022, this council set aside a contingency to mitigate any surprises that might occur from unforeseen current and legacy issues. This is precisely the sort of issue this contingency is for, and so it is recommended to council that a virement be made from this contingency fund of £650,000. It should be noted that this is using funds from the council's contingency and not has been erroneously been reported in the press from reserves. I'm happy to propose the recommendation of paragraph 3, Chair.
Please may I see a seconder? Councillor Griffiths, you put your hand up first. Were you seconding it? No. Then Councillor Edwards.
Chairman.
Happy to second and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Debate. I've got 2 names so far. Councillor McGee.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, Chair, I'm going to welcome, of course, that they decided to go into the contingency and support these groups. It's a good thing to do, given the huge cuts that Pen Green would receive and the impact on services, Chair. But we've got to be realistic about what we did. The 3, absolutely quite right, 3 nurseries got a fantastic offer there. In fact, one got a 200% increase, one got a 296% increase, and one got a 339% increase for the next year, Chair. But Pen Green got a 17% cut. And I'm not saying it was a bad thing not to give them that extra money, but in reality, that's a 17% cut against hundreds of increases and the other ones. Not that they don't deserve it, they do. They do deserve it. But what we're in danger of doing, Chair, and I'm not sure that your executive and this council actually stand your own government's levelling up agenda or left behind area agenda. When that agenda came out from your government, it was not about taking the things that are working away for the things they want to happen. It wasn't about taking them away. It was about supporting them. And more unfortunately, what we did here was you didn't listen to your own government and you've took service away from a left behind area. Because Pen Green's not just sitting up there on Rockingham Road. There's 4 different places that it supports, including Kingswood, my own division. So, Chair, as much as I recognise we did do something worthwhile on the day, in the long term, we are making it extremely hard for the children of Corby. And, Chair, you know what I do dislike? When one of our senior officers, because we're a council, says things like, I'm a bouncer, I'm here to sort out Pen Green, or stuff along that. That's not good. We work together. We work together as officers, members, and the community. And, Chair, it was said that I wouldn't be saying it. So it was said, but that shouldn't happen by any member or officer. Chair, the other part is, on the day, and quite rightly so, the executive said they would do everything they can to support Pen Green to get external funding. I welcomed that. I really welcomed that, and I thank the executive for saying that. So I've got some questions about that, Chair, if I don't mind. Who is doing this with Pengreen? Who are they meeting at Pengreen? Is it the governors? Is it the staff? And when will that happen, please? Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Addison, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to say I'm really grateful to Councillor Bundy's green fingers that grew a magic money tree in such a short time. However, Chair, it is just a sticking plaster and it will not heal the chronic underfunding of early years in this council and across the country. So I urge my Tory colleagues, please put pressure on our local MPs to put pressure on government to ensure that early years education is properly funded in this country. After all, I think we're something like the fifth richest country in the world, and it's shameful that our children are not receiving the start in life that they deserve. I will finish there, Chair, but I will make one comment, and it won't go down very well, and I know you're all going to jeer at me, and that's fine. But it was a comment made by a member of the public on Tuesday who said, every member of the executive does not live in Corby. There's nobody in Corby represented on that executive, and I will leave that hanging there, and that came from a member of the public.
Councillor Smith-Haynes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just this morning, I received an email from someone who, in my ward, who has a nursery, private, not one of our maintained ones, expressing absolute frustration and distress that the increase of 8p, I believe it was, for special needs is nowhere near sufficient for her to continue with a viable business. This is a nursery that our staff recommend to parents as a good place for children with additional needs to go. And whilst we're talking about our maintained early years care, I think I would very much like it if our executive member would find time within the work programme to deliberate how it would be possible for us to support the whole industry. Because, yes, I'm using a word like industry, which is cold, but, you know, make sure we're looking after our babies. And I agree with Councillor Addison. I'll certainly be forwarding this email on to my MP, and I would hope that my colleagues will do the same.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got 3 speakers list. Councillors Griffiths, Maxwell and Buckingham, and Councillor Hakewell, and that's it then. Sorry? Who? Sorry? Councillor Pengelly. Lorman. Okay, Councillor Griffiths, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and I'd like to applaud the leader on the outcome of Tuesday's meeting, even though it was a rather unusual process that we went through on the day. Now, I'm not going to go over my speech, but it was all about supporting all 4 of the nurseries. It was all about our vision for young people. You know, it's in there, read it. You know, supporting our young people, giving them the best start in life. And it was all about having a will and a way. And when I said, you know, this council clearly has a will, little did I know that a way would be found within about 95 minutes, which was, you know, most encouraging. My only concern, and it was a little bit disappointing, was that the meeting turned a little bit parochial. So you had nurseries competing with each other, which was a shame. And you also had members, you know, being parochial about their own nurseries and not the overall picture. But that aside, we got the right outcome. This is, of course, in the short term. This is a short-term solution, and what we need to do is find a longer-term solution. And I do hope that we can start working as one council as opposed to 4 councils, because, you know, on this sort of issue, that's something that I think we need to do, and we need to be seen to do as well, Chairman. So with that, but as I say, I applaud the outcome of Tuesday's meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Maxwell, please.
Well, I was there on Tuesday actually, and I'd like to say that this decision to actually divide the money up between the other three was the right decision. It's about fairness and children, and it's about making sure that those in deprived areas are looked after. We would love to have a state nursery in Rushden and Earthling Borough, but ours was closed down. Deprivation is right across the board, not just in Corby, and I'm sorry to say that in future we must protect everybody regardless of where they live. Thank you.
Councillor Buckingham, please.
Thank you, Chair. I really welcome that we managed to find what we needed at the nth hour. It was a shame that officers and councillors spent so long deliberating the issue, and on the day it actually didn't come to fruition. However, looking at the numbers previously and after the event don't paint the whole picture. We weren't comparing like for like. Corby survived with its integrated centres when the rest of the county was decimated. So you're not looking at one Corby centre having a lot more and Kettering having a lot less. What happened was County Council ransacked children's services, and only Corby survived because Corby went to the streets and Corby created a legal entity that was able to take over the contract. So when we're looking at this, please don't think that Corby's trying to take a bigger piece of the pie. Corby fought to keep it, and unfortunately the rest of the community lost. As Councillor Maxwell said, so many centres died in 2014 when funding was ripped away from them. Again, I welcomed the money that was found, and I cheered Jason personally to ask him to get the job done. But as Councillor McGee says, the work starts now. We need to be looking at how we're going to secure funding for the future. A year is not a long time. As we know, this council is a year old tomorrow. A year will go in a flash. We need to be putting a lot of effort behind this and not leaving it to the nth hour. Thank you.
Councillor Pengelly.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to welcome the work that the Executive did in finding this money, because at one point there was one centre in Northamptonshire that was going to lose £800,000. And I'm really disappointed that our officers didn't find this the money that the leader found earlier on. So all that hardship didn't go by, because people were really, really worried. We heard the passion here on Tuesday, and we now recognise the need for 4 good nurseries in Northamptonshire. And I hope now going forward, Scrutiny's going to look at this, and I hope that in conjunction with officers, we look at ways of finding money to protect all 4 good nurseries and make them even better. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got 3 speakers left, and then I'll move to Lloyd, if I may. That's Councillor Hakewell, Lorman the Less, and Councillor Smithers. So, Councillor Hakewell, please.
So, thank you, Chairman. I was there all day on Tuesday and was very moved by the speeches that were made, and I felt quite sad for some of those people who had put themselves under enormous stress to come along and talk to us in an environment we're used to. They're certainly not. So I have 3 questions, recognising this is environment. First question is, when was the concept of using 650k first discussed by the executive, either privately or in public? Secondly, what is the difference between a contingency and a reserve? And third, who will carry out the audit that's in recommendation E of the executive's recommendations? So, when was that concept first discussed? What is the difference between a contingency and a reserve? And who will carry out the audit mentioned item E in the executive recommendation? Thank you, Chairman. Thank you again for this afternoon.
Councillor Lorman.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I really welcome this varmint. I took the opportunity just before the exec to visit both Croyland and Highfield, and I had been to Pengreen before, and saw the great work that was done there. And I'm sure that this will help or at least move all four on. The Croyland and Highfield in particular were in dire straits financially and had had to cut services, and they both work in deprived areas. Indeed, some of the local indices of earnings and attainment are lower than that in Corby. Croyland were not able to properly maintain their premises or fully utilise half of what they had. Both had to reduce services. The extra funding was very well received by the headmistress of both, and to enable them to correct the situation, invest in their properties and provide more services for the young people of the area. So I very much welcome this, and I'm confident that Pengreen will also be able to prosper as it has in the past.
Councillor Smithers, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, when we was here on Tuesday, we heard many passionate speeches from various parents who clearly were passionate about all of the nursery placements, maintained nursery placements across Northamptonshire. Myself and Councillor Edwards both visited all four of the nursery placements across Northamptonshire as well, to ensure that we had a level view of services and stuff that was provided. Now, Pengreen does offer some exceptional services. I was absolutely impressed when I went round Pengreen and looked at what they do and spoke to many of the parents and children. However, the other three nurseries also offer fantastic services as well, and it was only right that we looked to make a gesture for all of those nurseries. Now, the passionate speeches that were given were listened to by the executive. They were very hard to listen to at some points, where people's, openly had discussed about the fact that they may take their own life if Pengreen wasn't there. Equally, that's the same story that you get from the other nurseries as well. So what I'm trying to say here is I felt on that day that we needed to do a little bit more, which does answer Councillor Hakewell's question about the extra monies being found. I, at that particular moment in time, felt that we needed to look at another possibility and left the meeting with the three statutory officers at the time. And at that point was the discussion about what we could do. And I'm appreciative of what the officers have done. They've made the process quite clear. And today, this paper's coming forward purely as a £650,000 environment, so we can honour that commitment in the what we've done in the executive. There was an option on the day that emergency powers could have been used to do this, but the decision was taken that it would be much better, in the view of transparency, to bring it to full council. And I hope that today that full council supports this, and that we can begin the journey of scrutiny, beginning to look at what the council can do to help and what the nurseries can do to help themselves, and the scrutiny process should go through that. And I'm sure Councillor Pengelly has some great ideas already, and I would just encourage you today to support this particular paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I understand that the proposer and seconder both wish to speak, so Councillor Bundy first, please. All right, Councillor Edwards first then.
Thank you,
I can't turn him down, he's my fellow ward councillor.
Just to say, I thought Tuesday's meeting was very passionate, and it was all about being fair, and it was about being fair to all the children in Northants. So I know Councillor McGee quoted some high percentages about gains and losses, but actually those high percentages is because they started on a very low base. And by increasing that, they're still not in line with all four nurseries, which is still not fair, which we are still moving towards. This is going to go through the scrutiny process, and I can assure all those councillors that all four nurseries do an absolutely fantastic and outstanding job, and will continue to do that. And we will work with all four of those nurseries to carry on with the work that they are doing.
Councillor Bundy, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to clarify a few points, and I apologise if I'm repeating what other people have said, but Pengreen is offering more than a lot of other nurseries, but it's offering more than the DFE grant is for and covers. And we need to move to a participation model, and that is what the DFE are telling us, and that's what we're working towards. Yes, definitely Pengreen needs to look for other grant streams. I did remind councillors on the day that, you know, we haven't got a bottomless budget, and, you know, we've got to be honest with ourselves. We've got a £25 million budget gap coming up in 23-24. We were accused of making it hard for the children of Corby. Quite honestly, we've been making it hard for the children of the rest of Northants for too long. So some sort of form of fairness needs to be in there. The criticism that there's nobody on the executive from Corby, that might be an issue, but where are we holding most of our meetings? You know, we are trying to actually do something and to offer some form of fairness. There was a criticism saying that we spent too long deliberating. Well, we spent too long deliberating probably because we listened to well over 55 people coming to speak to us. And I think that is very important. We listened to absolutely everybody who wanted to speak to us. Councillor Smithers has already explained when we first discussed the whole concept. Difference between contingency and reserves, and I am absolutely 100% sure that Councillor Hakewell knows this, but the contingency budget is held within the council's base revenue budget and is designed to cover unexpected costs which may arise from time to time within the financial year. Reserves sit outside the annual budget in recognition of various risks or known likely commitments and can be utilised when the need arises. They can also help to cushion the impact of funding flows across the years. We've already talked about the business rates levelling up and everything else. So most reserves are earmarked for specific purposes as well. So with that, Chair, I move the proposal at paragraph 3 of the report. Sorry, it's going to go past scrutiny. Exactly who's going to do the audit, I don't know, but that is something that I will get back to you on.
Sorry. Let the chief executive.
So Councillor Bundy stole my thunder on contingency and reserves. I was getting excited of putting my old finance hat on, so thank you, Councillor Bundy. But Councillor Hakewell, in terms of your question about audit, we think that the internal audit of this council would be appropriate to carry that out. They've got the skill sets of doing audits of facilities and our different services in the council. So I think that's where our first conversation would be as a local authority about going and having a look and working with those. And then that can help complement the work that obviously is taken forward through the scrutiny meetings.
Right, we'll now move to the vote then. All those in favour, please. All those against? 0. All those abstaining? 0. 3 or 4 making for the door.
Chair, could I just inform yourself and others here this evening, is that if this meeting had started at 7 o'clock at night, it would be now 11:30, and these poor ladies won't get to bed until after midnight. Just a thought.
Thank you. Close of meeting. Thank you, councillors and officers. That now completes the business of the meeting. I now declare the meeting closed, but I would like to thank the two on my right, Adele and Paul, for their great help in advising me.